In southern Iraq at any rate, and in the general sense that carriage was a tax on private property, so that carriage payers were proprietors in a full-bodied sense. Whatever one thinks of the notion that the conquest entailed a sort of emancipation of the peasantry, Johansson's book is a good starting point for the general argument I would like to propose in this part of the chapter, namely, that we have to think of the peasantry in the Middle East in very different terms from the situation in the West. I concluded a paper published in 1999 with the claim that it is worth emphasizing that the Egyptian peasantry in particular has a strangely elusive quality. I now believe that this is true of the Middle East peasantry as a whole, even if the Egyptian material makes it easier to establish for that country. I would like to lay out three arguments for this general thesis, which are, respectively, about class structure, sharecropping, and the meaning of estate. Taken together, these arguments suggest that the peasantry in these parts of the world, that is, everywhere from the Maghreb to Sind, lived permanently in a twilight zone of near landlessness. Johansson's discussion of Ibn Nujaym has demonstrated one form of this, and I shall now look briefly at each of the three topics just mentioned. By late antiquity, there is almost no evidence of a substantial stratum that might be called small and middle peasants, except in isolated regions and ecological niches where they were less vulnerable to the depredations of large landowners. In the Byzantine East, summary descriptions of the chief rural classes comprise only two groups, hoi Tonkorian despotai and hoi ge6rgoi, or hoi Kyrioi and hoi Jorgoi, or some variation on these couplets such as hoi Takoria Ketmenoi and hoi Jorgoi, registered, that is, landowners on one side, peasants on the other. But, from the way these terms are deployed, it is clear that the Gedreskoi were not mainly a landed class. It was not the ownership of land that defined their identity in the eyes of the members of the elite who drafted the laws or wrote histories. What defined them collectively was the fact of rural labor. This is why it was standard to use the term Jurgos when referring to colony in the East, although Justinian himself took the trouble to explain that the Latin word designated a class of workers who were residents of large estates and farm workers. On 1/3 century estate, Gedreskoi were included among the groups who received monthly wages, and going even further back, Elabadi describes the Demogioi Jorgoi or peasants on former royal land as the great mass of landless public peasants, adding that at this time the word Jurgos usually indicate a farmer who owned his own land. In short, the first thing agrarian historians have to do is reconstruct the meaning of words instead of allowing words to dominate their perception of the flow of history. In the Sasanian Near East, we know next to nothing about agrarian relations, beyond the fact that much Iranian history revolved around the tensions or conflict between the ruler and powerful regional aristocracies. There is one fascinating reference in Ammianus to the Sasanian upper class wielding the power of life and death over their slaves and plebii obscuri. Bandag was the standard Middle Persian term for slave or servant, but how we should translate the latter expression is anyone's guess. Perhaps it was Ammianus's Latin equivalent of driosan. It referred, presumably, to the mass of commoners who survived through employment for the rich, and probably also to the kind of social groups from which the revolutionary priest Mazdak drew his support early in the 6th century. These are described in the Arabic sources by a profusion of terms, of which the most telling denote utter destitution. Patricia Crone, in a justly famous paper, argued that Mazdak drew his support from the peasantry, especially in the aftermath of fiscal reforms that introduced a fixed monetary tax. But this, of course, begs the question whether such a group existed on any substantial scale by the 6th century. What does seem clear is that, if Mazdak's supporters were rural, they were landless, but, on balance, it is more likely that Mazdak attracted the urban poor, groups who had no access to food in times of scarcity, and, it seems, no access to women and a family life either. At any rate, the picture of late Sasanian society is one of a deeply divided formation where the antagonism between rich and poor was a constant source of anxiety for the ruling groups, and one of the most valuable survivals of an authentic Middle Persian text shows a ruler, probably Khusro I, strongly advocating the attachment of the poor to their closest aristocratic neighbors to reduce class antagonisms and ensure the continued submission of those stricken by poverty. The scale of destitution implied in all this fits remarkably well with the kind of agrarian picture reflected in a major work of agronomy written, almost certainly, in Syriac, in late antiquity, and translated by Ibn Washiyya at the start of the 10th century. 8 Here, as Gunnar Lehmann points out in a review of a recent study of the massive redaction attributed to Ibn Washiyya, in the rural masses of the Kitab al-Filaha and Nabatiyya we are dealing with free agricultural workers in Marx's sense. The population depicted there is employed solely by the large estates, it has no share in landed property. That, at the time of the conquest of southern Iraq, the Arabs did not in fact find a substantial small-holding peasantry but villages ruled by deacons, a minor gentry, and estates cultivated by mainly Aramaic-speaking tenants, is suggested by a tradition reported in Abu Yusuf's Kitab al-Kharaj, viz. Umar b al-Khattab first wanted to distribute al-Sawad amongst the Muslims and ordered a census. It was found that each of them would receive 2 or 3 tenants with their lands and he decided eventually not to proceed with the division. In short, an independent peasantry was not a major feature of the core regions of the Sasanian Empire, and, both here and in the Byzantine-controlled East Mediterranean, landlessness and dependence on large and medium-scale landowners was widespread. Thus, proletarianization took very different forms in the East and West, flowing from the gradual dissolution of bondage and the structured creation of reserves of labor in one case, the West, and from the widespread landlessness of the peasantry, in the other, the East, where the threat of eviction was a more powerful means of control. Staying with the East, the second remarkable feature is the kind of sharecropping that prevailed there and its sheer ubiquity. Noting the frequency of indefinite durations in the Egyptian leases of the 6th to 7th centuries, Stefan Wazinski had concluded, correctly in my view, that the Byzantine sharecropper had become a pure and simple wage laborer whom the landowner could evict at any time. No modern papyrologist has registered any serious disagreement with this view, because it is so obvious that tenants at will are entirely at the mercy of their landlords. Thus, whether the Jorgoi were bound to large estates as coloni or permanent farm workers or worked as sharecroppers and tenants at will, they were united by their common condition of landlessness and total dependence on the employer. It is this feature of East Mediterranean sharecropping that comes to the fore in the Islamic period. Here are 2 passages illustrative of this. Discussing a category of land called the Ard al-House or lands that have come into the possession of the ruler and been appropriated by him, the 9th century Iraqi jurist al-Kasif writes, the house is something that the Sultan takes possession of. He brings the sharecroppers to it, so that they may cultivate it. In this way they become farm hands of the Sultan, whom he may oust at any time he pleases. And Abi Yusuf in his discussion of different types of agricultural contracts describes 2 in particular which are relevant to our theme. One of them is called muzara'a and defined as an agreement where the tenant receives a 3rd or 4th share of the crop. The other, not called muzara'a, is described as follows: a landowner hires a peasant to cultivate some land and bears all the expense, promising the peasant a 6th or a 7th of the crop as wages. From Al-Kasif it is clear that sharecropping was widespread on large estates, even though it was rejected by jurists like Abu Hanifa and Shafi'i on the substantial legal grounds that the rent was non-existent and unknown at the time the contract was made. The jurists who defended its validity did so on the practical grounds that it was part of the way business was conducted in their countries. These later Hanafi models of sharecropping draw a clear distinction between labor and capital, basing the landowner's claim to a share of the crop on his need to expand his property and the worker's claim on the contract alone. The fact that in most parts of the Islamic world muzara'a typically involved shares varying from 1/4 to 1/7 is, I suggest, linked to an underlying conception of these contracts as a hiring of labor. Their sheer tenacity across the most diverse periods of the history of the Middle East is one indication of the peculiarly fragile nature of the peasantry in this part of the world. As Alan Richards says, since the peasants often had little to supply but their labor power, it is not surprising that they usually received only 1/4 or 1/5 of the cotton harvest. Asterisk in Nablus, Egypt, the Murabian or 1/4 croppers ranked lower than other sorts of tenants, hence Sato's description of them as a class of agricultural laborers. Murabae was widespread in the Levant, Kamasa more common in North Africa. Registered in his monumental study of Algeria under French occupation, Albert Nusky included the Kamas under proletarians. On the other hand, what the influx of European settlers brought from the 1840s was a different kind of proletarization of Algerian society, an organized dispossession that disintegrated entire tribes and uprooted wider sections of the peasantry, creating a new kind of landless worker. The vulnerability I have been at pains to stress is different from the organized creation of labor markets that characterizes much 19th and early 20th century colonialism. It is better reflected in Iran, which never knew colonialism in this sense and where, as N. Lambton points out in her book, the vast majority of the peasant population of Persia is, not composed of peasant proprietors, who are a small minority, but of crop-sharing peasants or tenants and landless laborers. It is with the former that this chapter is concerned. They, too, strictly speaking are landless, but by virtue of a contract, written, or more often merely verbal, a certain area of land is handed over to them. On a crop-sharing basis for a specified or unspecified period of time, the peasant providing the seed, draft animals, and agricultural implements, or only one or two of these in addition to the labor, whereas the landless laborer, although he may be also paid by a share of the crop, is differentiated from the crop-sharing peasant by the fact that he provides only labor and can be dismissed at will. Since the division between the two groups described here cannot have been a rigid one, this is a lucid summary of the general argument I have made about the nature of the peasantry in the Middle East, conceived historically and in contrast to the West, where the legacies of late antiquity combined a tied labor force with the later expansion of peasant tenures. The third and final plank of my argument concerns the meaning of the word estate in much of the Near East. Like its sharply polarist agrarian structure, this too is a legacy of late antiquity that survived best in the Muslim world, but one which drew more on Armenian and Sasanian traditions of landholding than on any Byzantine or late Roman equivalents. The form of landholding I have in mind involves the ownership of villages and contrasts sharply with the Byzantine large estate that turns up in the papyri of the later 5th to 7th centuries. The latter, as I suggested at the start of this paper, grouped its workers into estate settlements that were visibly distinct from villages and never confused with them. Since these settlements were called epoikia, have described this kind of estate as epoikian type. It corresponds exactly to the Esba estates that proliferated in Egypt in the 19th century, as land was increasingly reprivatized and the ruling groups invested massively in cotton. The striking feature of the papyrological evidence is the singular absence of anything vaguely resembling the ownership of villages in late antique Egypt. In sharp contrast to this, Procopius refers to an Armenian collaborator persuading the Emperor Justinian to present him with certain villages of Armenia. He became, Procopius says, the owner of these estates. Degree when this man was assassinated by the pro-Sasanian faction, Justinian handed the same villages over to his nephew Amaz Aspes. Degree now this, it seems to me, was primarily a Sasanian tradition, as Michael Morani has argued in a paper that describes this type of land holding as village estates. Thus Hormazdan owned a village which Uthman later granted to Said b. Abi Wagkaz as his ikta. In the mid-5th century, another equally powerful Sasanian figure Mir Narse is described as founding 4 villages and laying out orchards around them, and even earlier, in the 4th century, Shapur too is described as building the village of Vardana near Bokhara. Indeed, in Bokhara, where a minor Iranian aristocracy survived down to the Samanid period, the tradition is abundantly attested in Narshuk's History of Bokhara, a 10th century work of which the only exemplar is the Persian translation made in the early 12th century. This refers to the buying and selling of villages, and in one passage to 75 private villages on the river of Bokhara and the upper Faravaz. Registered it is this tradition, I suggest, that survived both in Iran where, even in the late 1940s, the typical large landed proprietors were described by Lambton as owners of villages, the Umday Malikan whose estates range from single villages to several villages, the number of which, in certain exceptional cases, is alleged to run into three figures, and in those zamindari villages of the Mughal period which, though confusingly also known as Dehat Italika, were the big zamindar's private or exclusive possessions, as opposed to other villages, obviously the majority, over which, technically at least, their rights were essentially fiscal and the model of ownership less full-blooded and closer to a hierarchy of shared claims. Ownership of villages also seems to have been widespread in Egypt in the 19th century trademark and as the term Uda suggests, evolved at least partly from Muhammad Ali's forced restoration of the iltizam system and the tendency of the mutahidin or tax farmers degree to treat villages whose liabilities they assumed as their private property. Degree thus, Baer points out that a number of observers at the time of Muhammad Ali simply stated that the system turned the fellas into laborers working for the Uda recipient. Arden asserts that Abbas granted full ownership rights to some mutahidin. Moreover, the ruling family's sentift leaks also consisted of villages which the peasantry had abandoned. Some of these were enormous, for example, Saids at Al-Hazan near Alexandria covered 20,000 feddans. What the Egyptian example suggests is that a model that was predominantly Iranian/Sasanian was taken over and generalized after the expansion of Islam, almost certainly through the practice of granting villages to members of the ruling elite, either as pure land concessions or, later, in lieu of cash salaries, and later still as tax farms. The general point about this form of landholding is that effectively it abandoned the mass of the peasantry to the arbitrary power and domination of a range of large landowners who came to be called by a wide variety of names. Typically, estate in this Near Eastern/Islamic sense meant control of villages and not the compact and discrete blocks of land that were inherited from late Rome and transformed into bilateral estates or manors under the Carolingians. Again, this reinforces my general point that, in these parts of the world, the peasantry, or a considerable part of it, always lived on the verge of dispossession, shadowed by landlessness. A final qualification, however, this model of the elusive boundary between peasants and landlessness does not preclude the existence of a wealthy peasantry. On the contrary, it explains why this village elite tended to be a small, highly concentrated group, possibly endogamous and even stable over generations, and, secondly, it allows room for the evolution of estates in the more Western sense, as Egypt demonstrates with the Esbas and Sasanian Iran with the Dastgird. 9 e.g. Cuno 1984. Chapter 9. Islam, the Mediterranean, and the Rise of Capitalism. Sombart 1916, p. 865. 2 Streeter 1914. 9.1. Historiographies of Capital. Our conception of capitalist origins has been so heavily dominated by the so-called transition debate that Marxists are apt to forget that the first debate on origins actually began with the publication of the first edition of Sombart's Modern Capitalism and the various responses to its major argument that agrarian wealth or the accumulation of ground rent provided the chief source of the fortunes that financed capitalist expansion in Europe. For Sombart, the aristocracies of Europe played the leading role in the evolution of industrial capitalism, and even Colonia Capitalismus was to a large extent the work of these aristocratic entrepreneurs. The earliest systematic response to Sombart's thesis was Jacob Streeter's seminal and, in some ways, still unsurpassed book Study and Zuergeschichte kapitalistischer Organisationsformen. Streeter strongly believed that the first large-scale capitalist enterprises in industry, particularly mining, were financed and controlled by merchants, and this could be shown for the South German mining industry of the 15th and 16th centuries. 3 aspects of Streeter's argument are worth noting. First, that the mining industry played a seminal role in the evolution of modern capitalism. Second, that merchants created large enterprises, that is, involved themselves in the organization of production and industry, and, finally, the more general thesis that commercial capitalism lay at the origin of the so-called capitalist spirit several centuries earlier, in Venice, Florence and other centers of early capitalism. The last of these theses became the focus of a subsequent paper which Streeter published in 1929, called Origin and Evolution of Early European Capitalism. Here, he argued that, in a whole series of industries, the merchant who organized the export trade, and made advances in one form or another to the workmen, gained control over industries which had previously been in the hands of independent craftsmen. This evolution was, of course, particularly advanced in Italy, where the forms of money and credit economy, inherited from the ancient world, had kept their vitality. This is a particularly interesting idea because the legacies of late antiquity are seen here as unmediated. There is, if you like, an unbroken line of descent from the ancient world to medieval capitalism, and the story is purely European. In the same year, Earl Hamilton proposed his now famous argument that while many factors contributed to the rise of modern capitalism, chief among these were the discoveries and the vast influx of gold and silver from American mines. His main thesis, of course, was that transatlantic flows boosted profitability for employers by triggering a price inflation, but Hamilton also suggested a causal connection between American treasure and the East India trade, arguing that Portugal, Holland, England and France were able to finance their trade expansion in the East thanks to the vast influx of precious metals from Mexico and Peru and the ability of those countries to attract the largest share of this metallic mass. Unlike Streeter, however, all of these developments were simply seen as factors in the rise of modern capitalism, that is, presuppositions of capital rather than movements or enterprises presupposing capital. The close connection between the East India trade and American treasure and the rise of modern capitalism has been overlooked or neglected largely because Portugal, the first nation to profit from trade with the Spice Islands by the Cape route, and Spain, the recipient of American gold and silver, showed no significant progress toward capitalism. When Hamilton says, no significant progress toward capitalism, he clearly means industrial capitalism. Yet Hamilton's main contribution was to draw attention to the Atlantic. By 1932, Portuguese historians could suggest that the countries of the Atlantic seaboard were the true founders of modern capitalism. The great centers of modern capitalism were Lisbon and Antwerp. In a deeply provocative formulation, Vegassimos wrote, "The whole of the new commercial life and even the capitalist system stem fundamentally from Portuguese economic policy at the end of the 14th and beginning of the 15th centuries." I shall argue that this is basically correct and the speculative core of a more internationalist historiography of capitalism than that implied in the transition debate. Portugal straddled two phases of commercial capitalism, subordinating the Atlantic to the Mediterranean, and then the Mediterranean to the Atlantic. Yet Portugal's imperial adventure began as a confrontation with the commercial networks of Islam, an attempt to undermine those networks internationally. In his brilliant and much neglected book O Capitalismo Mondraquico Português, subtitled Contribution to a Study of the Origins of Modern Capitalism, Manuel Nunes Dias argued that with the conquest of the Dark Sea, Europe overthrew the Mediterranean frameworks that had shackled her progress. In the great ocean lay the engine that drove her capitalism. Behind the capture of Ceuta in 1415 lay the whole weight of the incipient commercial capitalism of the later Middle Ages and its relentless fascination with the specter of African gold. The political victory of the bourgeoisie in 1440, raising Dom Pedro to the throne of Portugal, inaugurated a period of intense activity along the Atlantic coast of Africa, signifying the strategic triumph of maritime expansion over territorial imperialism and enabling Henry the Navigator to implement his policy of deflecting the Sudan-Sahara traffic from the desert routes to the Atlantic. Through its progressive capture of the Atlantic, Portugal emerged as the most active representative of the nascent commercial capitalism of the Christian West. By the time Dom João II ascended the throne in 1481, Portugal was Europe's first colonial power, the driving force of a capitalist revolution of far-flung trading establishments buttressed by military fortresses. The Portuguese became pioneers of the modern colonial system, harnessing the crusader tradition of a marginalist aristocracy within the peculiar fusion of crown and commercial capitalism which Dias calls monarchical capitalism, with its chief international center at Antwerp, the headquarters of modern capitalism. The gold shipped from São Jorge da Mina raised Portugal's credit rating and consolidated the power of the monarchy, creating the crucial basis for expansion to the east. This is hardly a fair summary of a book that runs into 1097 pages and one which even Braudel seems largely to have ignored. What is striking in Dias is not just the sense that capitalism was a thoroughly international system from its inception and that the problems confronted by Portugal were problems that all of European capitalism was keen to solve, but the much less obvious idea that Portugal's Atlantic expansion began in fact as an assault on Islamic commercial supremacy, both its domination of the Sahara gold trade and its monopoly of the Indian Ocean. The legacies of late antiquity were retrieved in different ways by Islam and the Italian city republics, and the dynamics of European capitalism are incomprehensible without some attempt to understand those totalizations. Here, the late 1960s saw two significant contributions. In Società e Stato nel Medioevo Veneziano, Giorgio Cracco developed a brilliant analysis of the power of commercial capital in the Venetian Republic of the 12th and 13th centuries, the fierce domination of the commune by an oligarchy of capitalists whose fortunes were tied up with international trade. The Venetian Republic was a Stato dei mercanti, a Stato dei grandi capitalisti, degree-based, by the middle decades of the 13th century, on a huge concentration of capital that narrowed the social and political base of the mercantile economy, and on the relentless subordination of all sectors not directly bound up with the Levant traffic. Finally, in a paper published in 1969, Subhi Labib argued that capitalism was able to develop much earlier in the Islamic regions than in the Occident, largely because the Muslim Mediterranean could build on the continuing traditions of late antiquity. Labib referred to Islamic capitalism, the medieval capitalistic trade of Islam, to trading companies, bills of exchange, big business, etc., and thought that the failure of the state to sustain these structures led to their progressive unraveling by the later Middle Ages. 9.2. Towards a Marxist theory of commercial capitalism. Marx's capital is premised on the primacy of industrial capital. This means that, with the evolution of industrial capitalism, the other varieties of capital which appeared previously, are not only subordinated to it and correspondingly altered in the mechanism of their functioning, but they now move only on its basis, thus live and die, stand and fall together with this basis. The merchant or merchant capitalist is simply a circulation agent of industrial capital, a form or branch of industrial capital, lacking any independent existence. Marx also seems to suggest that, under industrial capitalism, commercial capital is increasingly stripped of all the heterogeneous functions that may be linked to it, such as storage, dispatch, transport, distribution and retailing, and confined to its true function of buying in order to sell. Point 2. Thus commercial capital is simply a specialized form of the circulation functions of industrial capital, and no independent system can be construed for it. But this conception of commercial capital is clearly inapplicable to the historical trajectories associated with the international traders or merchant financiers who dominated the earlier history of capitalism. It is a definition of the nature and functions of commercial capital that presupposes the circuit of industrial capital or the dominance of large-scale industry, a situation that was only finally realized as late as the 19th century. And it seems logically absurd to me to imagine that a history of capitalism can be written using a notion of commercial capital that was developed by Marx for the kind of capitalist economy that evolved only in the 19th century. In practice, of course, this is largely what has tended to happen. The most striking case of this is Maurice Daub, who referred sneeringly to the Pokrovsky bug of merchant capitalism, conceived of capitalism in essentially national terms, and sought to understand origins in terms of factors peculiar to England. There is a methodological impasse at work here, a staggering confusion of history and logic that accounts for the singular inability of Marxists influenced by Dobb to confront the past of capitalism beyond such manifestly untenable assertions as, the capitalist system was born in England. Only in England did capitalism emerge, in the early modern period, as an indigenous national economy, or, by its very nature, merchant capital must attach itself to a system of production. Dobb was evidently mesmerized by the distinction between production and exchange, generalizing this into an alleged contrast between capitalism as a commercial system and capitalism as a mode of production. Central to the latter was productive activity on the basis of a wage contract. Men of capital, however acquisitive, are not enough. Their capital must be used to yoke labor to the creation of surplus value in production. Methodologically, there were at least two interesting responses to this kind of reasoning. Reviewing studies in the very year that saw Sweezy and Dobb publish their Exchange in Science and Society, Tawney suggested that the restricted sense of capitalism which Dobb favored eliminated a great deal of the history of capitalism, and even led at times to a misconception of the significance of the part played by capitalist interests in periods when an industrial wage system was, in this country, in its infancy. Dobb underestimated the strength of capitalist interests in the century before the English Civil War. Georges Lefebvre's excellent contribution to the transition debate sidestepped the antithesis by suggesting that, even in England, the merchants played a more decisive role in the evolution of capitalism than Dobb was willing to allow for, and ended with a plea for renewed interrogation of the sources. The dominant sector of capital had no thought of overturning the social and political order. Indeed, it was the collusion between commerce and the state promoted the development of capitalism. Registered the methodological step forward in Lefebvre's critique is the explicit move away from the wholly abstract opposition between production and circulation, or merchants and manufacture. The merchant created manufactures, his interests coincided with those of state, and of the great landowners who were enclosing estates and evicting tenants, to transform agriculture. The general implication of these critiques is that we need a model of commercial capitalism that allows for the reintegration of production and circulation, so that one is no longer fixated on the idea that merchant capital is always and inherently external to production. For this to be possible, we have to see Marx's definition of commercial capital as specific to the framework of his analysis of industrial capital, and construct a circuit of commercial capital that would explain the movement of the kinds of capital exemplified by the Dutch and English East India Companies, for example. They dominated world trade for a period of centuries and brought about the kind of capitalist world economy that large-scale industry took for granted when it began its own expansion in the 19th century. But, when these joint stock companies were formed on the eve of the 17th century, they in turn built on the legacies of earlier and possibly less internationalist forms of merchant capitalism whose origins lie in Europe around the 12th century, and elsewhere in the Islamic world and China even earlier. As a broad periodization, I would suggest that we see the 12th to 15th centuries as the period of the growth of capitalism in Europe and the 16th to 18th centuries as the period of company capitalism, marked by more brutal methods of accumulation and competition. 9.3. From corporate capitalism to the earliest capitalist forms of association, the institutional framework of industrial capitalism only emerged towards the end of the 19th century with the so-called corporate revolution. Industrial capitalism became corporate capitalism with the spread of free incorporation, limited liability, and the legal doctrine of separate personality. These were developments underpinned by a huge expansion in the scale of enterprise, the evolution of investment banks, and the financing of investment by the capital market. When Hilferding wrote Finance Capital, he described a particular form of this development, but he was the first Marxist to do so, that is, to come to terms with the new era of corporate capitalism. Now, as Paddy Ireland has shown, the doctrine of separate personality evolved against the background of legal changes that reconceptualized the share as an autonomous form of property, a separate and distinctive form of money capital. This process was more or less complete in Britain by the third quarter of the 19th century. If shareholders had no direct interest, legal or equitable, in the property owned by the company, only a right to dividends and the right to assign their shares for value. The company, by contrast, was now seen as the owner of its own assets. Separate personality severed the link between the assets of joint stock companies and their shares, externalizing shareholders and depersonifying the company. In other words, before these changes and throughout the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries, shares in joint stock companies, incorporated and unincorporated, were consistently conceptualized as equitable interests in the assets of the company. Shareholders were regarded as owners in equity of the company's property, and shares as an equitable right to an undivided part of the company's assets. What this means is that there was no distinction in law between companies and partnerships. The first English partnership law treatise, written in 1794 by William Watson, differentiated partnerships and companies on a purely economic basis. In the second edition of the book, published in 1807, the distinction was drawn with particular clarity. In England, Watson wrote, the first great division was into public and private partnerships. Public partnerships were usually called companies or societies and generally consist of many members carrying on some important undertaking for which the capital and exertions of a few individuals would be insufficient. These companies were sometimes incorporated, sometimes not. Ointment stock companies not confirmed by public authority were, legally speaking, mere partnerships, distinguishable only by the fact that the articles of agreement between usually very different. Other treatise writers followed Watson's classifications. In short, partnerships remain the most common and dominant form of capitalist organization down to the 19th century. For example, the wealthy merchants who dominated the Glasgow tobacco trade in the 18th century among the most successful capitalists of their time came to form massive syndicates which basically consisted of interlocking partnerships. According to Devine, 3 such groups of interlocking partnerships handled over 50% of the tobacco in the 1770s. Scottish partnerships were exceptionally conducive to accumulation, since partners were only allowed 5% or interest on the value of their shares. The vast proportion of company earnings were ploughed back. The larger Glasgow firms were miniature prototypes of later private joint stock organizations, notes. Devine *degree. The same, of course, has been said about the colonial companies of the 17th century, and, before them, of the great Augsburg family firms of the 16th, which Streeter was so impressed by. All of these enterprises were owned and controlled by merchants. It was merchant capitalism which innovated the unlimited partnership and the whole spectrum of forms of association that flowed from it. The large Italian mercantile and banking houses of the 13th to 15th centuries were relatively permanent associations with international operations, sophisticated systems of accounting and control, branch organizations, and the division of capital into shares. The Bardi of Florence had overseas representatives at Avignon, Barcelona, Bruges, Cyprus, Constantinople, Jerusalem, London, Majorca, Marseilles, Nice, Paris, Rhodes, Seville and Tunis. Although maritime trade was generally based on the single venture agreements called commenda/colleganza, by the 14th century even Venetian large-scale trade was dominated by company. One of these, floated by the Corner brothers, involved a capital of 83,275 ducats in 1365. Federico Corner acquired the concession on massive sugar cane plantations in the south of Cyprus, with the aim of exporting refined sugar. His son Giovanni estimated some 5,000 to 6,000 ducats would be needed annually to keep this business running. Registered by the 14th century, Venice was an economy dominated by capital, with the same families controlling trade, transport, finance, and industry. More or less the same was true of Genoa in the 15th century. Here, the largest of the stock companies, an enterprise set up to extract and import alum from the East, controlled a capital of 280,000 ducats in 1449. Like the Corner enterprise in Cyprus, this one enjoyed a veritable monopoly. Geno's companies preferred to form associations only between themselves and took decisive steps to regulate the competition of capitals in the Levant trade. A final link, whether or not Lopez was right in saying, La Comenda en origine islamique et put être plus ancien registered, the fact is that the Comenda constituted one of the most widespread tools of commercial activity in the Islamic world. Islamic commercial law and business practice knew both Comenda agreements, and, as Udovich says, virtually all the features of partnership and Comenda law are already found fully developed in the earliest Hanafite legal compendium, Shaybani's Kitab al-Asl, composed toward the end of the 8th century. Thus, the major institutions of long-distance trade were firmly in place, certainly well before the end of the 8th century. But even more interesting, is the implication that the capitalism of the Mediterranean was preceded by an earlier tradition of capitalist activity which has so far received considerably less attention. 9.4. The Arab Trade Empire. Concepts of profit, capital, and the accumulation of capital are all found in the Arabic sources of the 9th to 14th centuries. For example, Al-Shafi'i defines the function of partnership as the expansion of capital. Al-Mal was primarily capital, not money, and whenever it is translated as money it means capital in money form or money capital. Again, discussing the discretion allowed to agents under Comenda agreements, Al-Sarakhsi writes, the investor's aim in handing over the capital to him is the achievement of profit. In another passage where he defends the usefulness of such contracts, Sarakhsi says the contract is allowed because people have a need for this contract. For the owner of capital may not find his way to profitable trading activity, and the person who can find his way to such activity may not have the capital. And profit cannot be attained except by means of both of these, capital and trading activity. A later writer, Kosny, distinguishes the creation of capital from its further expansion, arguing the need for the creation of capital takes precedence over the need for its augmentation, and defining partnerships as a method for augmenting or creating capital. At that this vocabulary was part of the wider cultural world of Islam and not confined to the legal schools is shown by other writings. Thus, the 10th century geographer Al-Istiqri describes the traders of Fars in southern Persia as having a passion for the accumulation of capital. Copyright in the Kitab al-Ishra ila Mahasin al-Tijra, Handbook on the Beauties of Commerce, a manual on trade probably written in the 11th century. The author refers repeatedly to the capitalist as Sahib al-Mal. It is clear from this manual that merchants involved in international trade normally relied on Comenda agreements and that the muqarrad or factor usually received a share of the profit. Finally, in Ibn Chaldean, there is even a clear resonance of the labor theory of value. In the Muqaddimah, he states clearly that labor is the cause of profit. Human labor is necessary for every profit and capital accumulation, while gold and silver are the only socially acceptable measures of value for all capital accumulations. He also defines profit as the extent by which capital increases, and commerce as the striving for profit by means of the expansion of capital. Copyright the Arabs inherited the intensely urban and by the 7th century very largely monetised territories of late antiquity, Roman and Sasanian, and integrated them into a powerful and strikingly cosmopolitan civilization whose economic resources and stability were unrivaled, except for those of China. Registered whatever the initial impetus behind the conquests, there is little doubt that further expansion was to some degree motivated by financial and commercial considerations. Al-Balad Huri reports that the conquest of Sind in 711 brought the Arabs a net profit of 60 million dirhams by the reckoning the famous Umayyad governor Al-Hajjaj is supposed to have made. Sind was also commercially strategic, a major entr'acte in the Far Eastern trade, which the Sassanians had traditionally dominated. The early 8th century expansion to the east was like a pincer movement, driving northwards to the wealthy oases beyond Khorasan and south to control of the Indian Ocean. That the Arabs were seeking to dominate existing networks of trade, as the Portuguese would do centuries later, is proved by Al-Tabari's fascinating reference to ships from China frequenting the harbor of Al-Ubala in 633, on the eve of the conquest of southern Iraq. Trade with the Far East was conceivably the most lucrative sector of accumulation in the 8th to 10th centuries, generating the kind of wealth that was famously associated with Gulf ports like Basra and Saraf. In the West, the corresponding movement was Islam's commercial expansion across the Sahara, to the sources of gold in the western Sudan. This happened in the 8th century, when the Arabs broke the Berber monopoly of the trans-Saharan routes and sparked a long period of unbroken prosperity for the towns of Morocco. Yaqubi's geography, completed in 891, describes Fez as a splendid city and immensely prosperous. Sijil Mesa, according to Ibn Hogel, who went there in 951, enjoyed uninterrupted trade with the Sudan, which brought in huge profits. At Adagost he saw a letter of credit, a private transaction, to the tune of 42,000 dinars, something he had never seen in the East. It is hardly surprising that the major dynasties that ruled the sector of North Africa in the 11th to 13th centuries sprang from the Islamist Berber populations of southern Morocco, and that Tlemcen, Fez, and Achamat were described as the wealthiest cities of the Maghreb. Indeed, North Africa with its supply of gold, became the driving force of the entire Mediterranean in the 14th and 15th centuries, showing us how unconvincing it is to look at the growth of capitalism in Europe without the significant ways in which this powerful commercial background shaped its evolution. The Muslims created a vigorous monetary economy based on expanding levels of circulation of a stable high-value coinage and the renewed integration of monetary areas that had been distinct and indifferent to each other. This was an enormous achievement, both for the kind of economy it allowed for and for its role in enabling Europe to return to gold. However we characterize that economy, it was certainly not just some loose ensemble of feudal regimes. Trade was fundamental to its structure. The growth of cities and expanding urban markets, the diffusion of new crops registered and explosive growth of cash cropping are all general indications of the remarkable commercial vitality of the 8th to 11th centuries. We know little about the market systems that sustained this huge expansion on the ground, but the 10th century geographers refer repeatedly to substantial concentrations of capital in the port towns and numerous inland centers that acted as entrepôts or wholesale markets at the intersection of converging trade routes. Towns like Saraf, Nishapur, and Narmazir**. In Iran, Bikand near Bokhara, Dabal in Sindh, Mahdia in the Sahel, and Córdoba, Almería, and Ceuta in the western Mediterranean were all consistently described in these terms by the geographers. For example, Ibn Hogel's description of Nishapur refers to the huge market complexes called fonduks, which were occupied by wealthy merchants specializing in a single branch of commerce, with huge quantities of commodities and large capitals. The cloth merchants were especially active here, as Nishapur was a manufacturing center exporting silk and cotton fabrics as far away as Europe. Saraf with its densely packed multi-storied teak houses was a purely commercial site, the point of access to China, after Iman, in al-Muqaddasi's description. I have not seen in the realm of Islam more remarkable buildings or more handsome. They are built of teakwood and baked brick. They are towering houses, and a single house is bought for more than 100,000 dirhams according to Al-Istiqri. The merchants of Saraf spent lavishly on their homes, over 30,000 dinars in some cases. In my time, one of them acquired assets worth 4 million dinars, yet his clothes were scarcely distinguishable from those of a laborer. Dabal, too, on the barren coast of Sindh just west of the Indus, was consistently described as a place of merchants. Al-Muqaddasi, who visited Sindh some time before 985, writes, Dabal is on the sea. The water beats against the walls of the town. It has an entirely merchant population, speaking both Sindhi and Arabic. It is the port of the area, giving rise to a considerable income. In the Mediterranean, the late 10th century Persian geographer of the Hudad al-Alam described Cairo as the wealthiest city in the world. Extremely prosperous. Registered the records of the Cairo Janizas show that in that century and the following much of Cairo's commercial life was controlled by merchant houses, like that of Ibn Aqil, working through a network of agents spread across the Mediterranean. Ibn Akhal's firm exported large quantities of flax to Mahdia in the Sahel. This was both a flourishing international port and a textile center, and, in the 12th century, Al-Idrisi refers to its wealthy and generous-minded merchants. Even further west, Almeria with its bustling shipyards, vessels, and silk looms, was described by Al-Idrisi as unmatched, in Spain at least, for the wealth, industriousness, and commercial inclinations of its people, and said to include 970 hostels for merchants from all parts of the world. Finally, scales of business, these were huge. Ships which entered the Gulf ports laden with goods from China could contain cargoes worth 500,000 dinars. Ibn Haukal notes that Kabul was a major wholesale market for indigo, and tells us, the indigo that is sold every year from what is produced in the town and the surrounding countryside amounts to over 2 million dinars, according to what their merchants report, not including the stocks left with the traders at the end of the year trademark. Again, in the second half of the 11th century, Alexandria was exporting well over 5,0006,000 tons of raw flax to markets in the Mediterranean. Thus, Islam made a powerful contribution to the growth of capitalism in the Mediterranean, in part because it preserved and expanded the monetary economy of late antiquity and innovated business techniques that became the staple of Mediterranean commerce, and also because the seaports of the Muslim world became a rich source of the plundered money capital which largely financed the growth of maritime capitalism in Europe. Indeed, Mondale stated this with unabashed bluntness when he wrote, "The accumulation of money capital by the Italian merchants who dominated European economic life from the 11th to the 15th centuries originated directly from the Crusades, an enormous plundering enterprise if ever there was one. Degree 9.5. From Genoa to Portugal. The Fourth Crusade secured Venetian dominance over the East Mediterranean and consolidated the hold of the purely capitalist element in the ruling oligarchy. In the case of Genoa, it was Lopez who argued that the ability of a largely agrarian elite to finance trade expansion and set off a chain reaction of rapid accumulation through trade and shipbuilding derived, in the first instance, from the huge quantities of cash acquired by the Genoese in crusading expeditions and raids on the Spanish and North African coasts. It was the war with the Arabs that gave Genoese enterprise its first decisive push. Thus Portuguese expansion started on a classically Mediterranean model, even if its consequences were destined to end the centrality of the Mediterranean forever. To begin with, there was a long and peculiarly Mediterranean background to the Portuguese assault on Ceuta. In 1087, the Genoese led a massive raid on Mahdia, seized the commercial quarter, and extracted the huge sum of 100,000 dinars. Caesarea in Palestine was sacked in 1101 and 15% of the vast booty reserved for Genoa's captains and officers. In 1148, Sfax and other Sahel ports were seized by the Normans. In 1234, the Genoese laid siege to Ceuta, demanding vast sums in reparation for losses sustained in the harbor, and in 1260 the Castilians attacked sail on the Atlantic coast. Clearly, by the 12th century, the Christians had recovered control of the seas. Indeed, one aim of these expeditions was to secure dominance of the sea, but linked to that and driving many of these attacks were the commercial interests at stake, above all the drive to gain access to the gold of Ghana. The shortage of gold affected the European economies in waves all the way down to the mid-15th century. By the last quarter of the 12th century, the Genoese were heavily involved in northwest Africa, dominating the region's external trade and directing the third largest share of their investments to the Moroccan port of Sale in a carefully concealed bid to open an Atlantic gold route. As Watson notes, it was probably this African gold reaching the shores of Italy which allowed Genoa to issue her precious gold coins at the end of the 12th century or the beginning of the 13th. From the 1250s on, the gold which flowed into Europe from the ports of North Africa and Spain largely remained in Europe. In the following decades and centuries, Genoa's commercial exploration of the Atlantic expanded hugely, with major spin-offs for the problem of long-distance shipping. By the late 13th and 14th centuries, Genoa was receiving enormous quantities of gold, and during the whole of the 15th century the gold of Ghana still reached Italy mainly through the port of Genoa. Thus Genoa prefigures Portugal in interesting ways. Indeed, it was Portugal that put a halt to Genoa's expansion in Morocco in a veritable struggle for control of the gold routes. The capture of Ceuta was a calculated move to subvert the entire balance of power in the Straits of Gibraltar, undermining the competition of the main Iberian powers as well as the Genoese, without the clear perception at this stage of an Atlantic strategy. The calculated imperialism of the Portuguese monarchy which crystallized with Dom João II and his successor Dom Manuel was more a result than a cause of decades of exploration which were largely driven by private and commercial interests, such as those of the big Lisbon merchant Fernão Gomes or the Lagos merchants who organized the earlier expedition to the Rio Grande, and, of course, the private interests of the Infante Dom Henrique, who carved out a substantial maritime estate in the Azores, a strictly commercial enterprise, in the 1440s. 9.6. Company capitalism and the advance system. Portuguese maritime expansion transformed the nature of commercial capitalism, subsuming the legacies of the Mediterranean in a coherent imperial project of the expansion of capital as the basis of a nation's power and predominance in modern society. It was the Dutch and English companies that embodied the new kind of capitalism in its pure forms, but the Estado da India was not fundamentally different, and Portuguese enterprise was clearly the front runner in this field. On the other hand, it was the Dutch company that embodied the logic of accumulation in its purest form, for only here, in the early 17th century, was there a conscious attempt to build a permanent circulating capital, that is, generate sufficient reserves for further expansion of the business by permanent circulating capital. Cone meant the permanent and expanded circulation of capital mainly in the form of commodities extracted from one end of Asia to the other and circulating between the different Asian markets where the VOC had factories. He had visualized this quasi-multilateral trading system as based formally on barter, as a great deal of international commerce was at the time, but, in reality, the Dutch required vast quantities of precious metals to sustain the Europe-Asia trade. By the late 17th century, they dominated the trade in Spanish silver, so that Amsterdam was the world's leading center in the trade in precious metals. Now, given that the age of company capitalism was one of ferocious commercial rivalries and repeated recourse to violence and the annexation of territories, it seems unreal to suppose that the self-expansion of commercial capital was simply grounded in some simplistic formula like buying cheap and selling dear. The stronger the competition of commercial capitals, the greater is the compulsion on individual capitals to seek some measure of control over production. Marx was clearly aware of this when he referred to the colonial system and the VOC in particular as a striking example of the manner and form in which commercial capital operates where it dominates production directly. Here, the abstract antithesis between circulation and production is abandoned in a realization that mercantile companies might be involved in production in ways that contradict the concept of merchant capital as a mere mediation between extremes. But, of course, today it is not sufficient to limit ourselves to a general characterization of this kind. We need a more precise morphology of the possible ways in which merchant entrepreneurs have sought control over production or organized the production of capital, that is, of the forms in which circulation has dominated production. Here, it is crucial not to confuse scale with centralization. Scale refers to the volume of capital deployed by the individual capitalist, not the degree of dispersal or centralization of the labor force. The mercantile houses which dominated the trade of colonial India in the late 18th and 19th centuries were relatively large units of capital, but typically the mass of labor power which they exploited was hugely dispersed. The advance system was the crucial mechanism which allowed this paradoxical and seemingly fragile combination of large-scale enterprise and dispersed labor power, and Bengal in particular provides us with some fine research on how it worked for commodities like indigo and cotton piece goods. Thus the circulating capital visualized by J.P. Cohn as the basis of the Dutch commercial capitalist system would to a certain if not very large extent have involved the circulation of capital in the form of advances. Van Santen has shown this for Dutch exports of indigo from northern India in the 1620s and 1630s, when, according to an English estimate, the VOC had 100,000 to 150,000 rupees invested each year in the variety known as Bayana indigo, that is, in the advances themselves. It was through a system of advances that commercial capital controlled almost every commodity within Europe or outside in which it had substantial business interests. The chief exceptions to this pattern were those enterprises, relatively centralized, where merchants integrated vertically through direct ownership of fixed assets, as happened in the Cuban sugar mills in the mid-19th century. Our intellectual prejudice against commercial capitalism is so deeply rooted that whole swathes of the history of capitalism are ignored by Marxists, with the result that there is no specifically Marxist historiography of capitalism. This must surely count as one of the strangest intellectual paradoxes of all time, but it was not one that Mondale contributed to. Marxist economic theory is one of those rare texts that attempts to integrate history in an understanding of Marx's economic theory. Mondale was thoroughly familiar with some of the best work in medieval and early modern economic history, citing a very wide range of sources including writers like Armando Sapori, Robert Lopez, and Raymond de River. His chapter on the development of capital is one of our best short histories of early capitalism and assigned a major role to the expansion of trade from the 11th century onward. Certainly, Mondale did not subscribe to the schematic contrast between exchange and production that so fascinated Dobb, and because he was too well read in European history he refused to minimize the role of commercial capitalism. That much of this history was seen as a primitive accumulation of capital stems, of course, from the almost universal orthodoxy that writes the history of capitalism as a genealogy of industrial capital. That this is not necessarily the best perspective to adopt is suggested by the history of industry itself. Thus traders dominated the English coal industry in the 17th century, one of the most heavily capitalized sectors of the British economy in that period. They invented the factory system by concentrating labor in the large silk mills of northern Italy in the same century. That was itself only possible because of technological changes in silk spinning and the more advanced technology of the Bologna silk mills. They controlled the very advanced forms of enterprise found in South German mining in the 16th century, and were responsible for the dramatic technological revolutions that sparked the Central European mining boom of the 15th century. Finally, they floated agricultural holding companies in Cuba in the mid-19th century and moved actively into the production of sugar through the rapid accumulation of mills, plantations, and labor forces at a time when international competition made technological advances imperative. Asterisk. 9.7. Concluding note, merchant capitalism and labor. In short, the contrast between capitalism as a commercial system and capitalism as a mode of production is schematic and overstated, and a major reason why Marxists have paid so little attention to merchant capital. In the more developed forms of commercial capitalism, circulation dominates production in the sense that production is controlled by a class of capitalists who remain merchants and cannot properly be classified as industrialists. The subsumption of labor into merchant capital is thus irreducible to any single formula, even though Marx tended to associate it primarily with the stage of manufacture. Merchant capitalists controlled a variety of enterprises from putting-out networks and peasant agriculture to slave plantations and factories in the modern sense. The North Italian silk mills of the 17th century were among the earliest embodiments of the factory system, based on 14-hour shifts and a tight regulation of labor. On the plantations, the rapid depreciation of slave labor forces ensured that resident planters piled up mountains of debt, financed, again, by merchants. As Braudel said about the Brazilian sugar plantations, it was European trade that commanded production and output overseas. Asterisk. If we understand this literally, it means that the subsumption of slave labor into capital involved both merchants and planters. Merchant capital shared in the economic exploitation of slaves through merchant economic control over the planters, for example, through the Refaxian contracts which financed the Cuban sugar industry of the second quarter of the 19th century, before the spate of acquisitions which put the Havana merchant houses in more direct control. The articulated nature of merchant capitalism is even more evident in the forms in which it typically established control over the labor of artisans and small peasants. Under company capitalism, the circuit of merchant capital acquired its moment of reality when the money capital financing the investment circulated in the form of advances. Since these were usually dispersed by the company's commercial agents through local capitalists, the organization of production acquired the appearance of a chain, a hierarchy of capitals connecting a dispersed mass of labor power to the company across a series of intermediate agents. When the free merchants intruded into the system, they operated on exactly the same basis, merely intensifying competition and the drive to enforce tighter control on the producers. Analyzing the relationship between merchants and weavers in a system roughly comparable to this, Marx wrote that this method of exploitation simply worsens the conditions of the direct producers, transforms them into mere wage laborers and proletarians under worse conditions than those directly subsumed by capital. In other words, he saw merchant capitalism transforming whole swathes of rural workers into wage laborers. So, too, in the Grundrisse, where he wrote, "The way in which money transforms itself into capital often shows itself quite tangibly in history, e.g. when the merchant induces a number of weavers and spinners, who until then wove and spun as a rural, secondary occupation, to work for him, but then has them in his power and has brought them under his command as wage laborers." In short, the dispersal of production was no indication that these forms of domestic industry were not part of a network of capitalist enterprises. For Marx, the crucial mechanism in the subsumption of labor was the merchant's ability to undermine the independence of small producers by restricting them little by little to one kind of work in which they become dependent on selling, on the buyer, the merchant, and ultimately produce only for and through him. For Sombart, this was possible because the key production factor which merchants controlled was not so much the means of production as the market. The attractive feature of this conception is that it yields a model applicable to both the Verlagssystem and peasant agriculture. The Verlag system was the dominant organizational form of early capitalism, and characterized by an almost exclusive predominance of circulating capital, severe competition between capitalists, domestically dispersed labor, and the sustained use of piece rates. It was almost certainly as widespread in the Islamic world as it became in Europe. Referring to the well-known form of advance payment, Marx seemed to define the standard case as one where, in the transaction money, that merchant domination of production was still not tantamount to the formal subsumption of labor under capital. Functions only in the familiar form of means of purchase, adding, of course capital, too, is advanced in the form of money, and it is possible that the money advanced is capital advanced. I have argued that, under commercial capitalism, advances were the major form in which capital circulated, and that the transactions between merchants and artisans, etc. surpassed the scope of simple circulation. The dynamic at work was one that Marx himself outlined in the Grundrisse. He bought their labor originally only by buying their product. As soon as they restrict themselves to the production of this exchange value and thus must directly produce exchange values, must exchange their labor entirely for money in order to survive, then they come under his command, and at the end even the illusion that they sold him products disappears. By analyzing the advance system as a circulation of capital, we can extend this to the way in which capital took hold of agriculture. Take India for example. If we exclude the more substantial sections of the peasantry and the purely proletarianist strata, such as the sharecroppers of Sindh or the lower tenantry of the United Provinces, much of the remaining agricultural population conforms to this model of a class subject to capitalist domination by a multitude of commercial interests, from the export houses and large wholesalers to the primary merchants and local money lenders. Chapter 10. Capitalist Domination and the Small Peasantry, the Deccan Districts in the Late 19th Century. Badawi 1973. 10.1. The Subordination of Labor to Capital. There is a widespread notion that the Indian countryside is still to a large extent dominated by pre-capitalist relationships of a semi-feudal variety. What is this semi-feudalism supposed to consist of? According to one of the clearest exponents of this tendency, A. Badawi, its basic features are an extensive non-legalist sharecropping system, perpetual indebtedness of the small tenants, operating both as landowners and lenders to the small tenants, tenants having incomplete access to the market. Badawi describes a system of production in which the power of money is clearly of fundamental importance. The small producer who may, for example, be a sharecropper, is indebted to his landlord, who extorts surplus labor from him on the basis of a relationship that is fundamentally one of economic dependence. The consumption loans, through which the small producer is bound to his landlord moneylender, form advances for the reproduction of his labor power. The small producer bears no direct relationship to the market, because his landlord moneylender intervenes in the process of production to realize the surplus labor extorted from him on the market. Why is this system semi-feudal? Because, obviously, Badawi starts with a conception of capitalist relations of production in which none of those features would be compatible with these relations. For example, sharecropping would not be compatible with capitalist production, no more than money lending, bondage, etc. The same basic assumption underlies Utsa Patnaik's more recent arguments. She refers to feudal-type exploitation such as leasing out, usury, etc. Here again, the prevalent notion is that the specific institutional forms of production relations, example sharecropping, are in some sense integral to the definition of such relations. Patnaik, however, bases her positions on a more specific idea, common to many Marxists. Certain persons with no direct control over land, such as traders and money lenders, can nevertheless acquire a claim on a part of the peasant's surplus labor and appropriate it in the form of trading profit and interest, respectively. The reason that the trader and money lender do not figure in our chart is because they represent essentially capital in the circulation process, and not in the production process. The two major categories here are trading profit and capital in the circulation process. Obviously, Patnaik wants to argue that the surplus labor extorted by these traders and money lenders does not take the form of surplus value, but represents rather mercantile profit or interest, depending on the case. But what is mercantile profit? In the sense of commercial profit, it would represent a redistribution from the mass of social surplus value. That is, it would presuppose the prevalence of the bourgeois mode of production in its developed form, under which merchants' capital and commercial capital represent only functionally specialized forms of that portion of the total social capital which is in circulation. Each individual capital assumes, within its total life cycle, the form of capital of circulation, in the specific shapes of commodity capital and money capital. Commercial capital is then only a transmuted form of commodity capital, i.e., ultimately a function of the circulation process of industrial capital. From the point of view of industrial capital, mercantile or commercial profits represent costs of circulation. Insofar as mercantilist illusions ascribed the value-creating property to merchants' capital, it was necessary for Marx to stress their distinction of form or economic specificity. If trading profit were meant by Patnaik in this specific sense, then she would have to assume the prevalence of the capitalist mode of production already in those periods of India's development when traders and money lenders played a decisive role in town and countryside. But this is not an assumption that Patnaik would want to make, obviously. In the sense of purely mercantile profit, i.e., representing stages of social economy in which merchants' capital functions as mediator in the exchange of commodities between separate enterprises, regardless of their social character, trading profit would presuppose the prevalence of these other modes of production, and it would itself largely originate from outbargaining and cheating, and from the ability to exploit long-term price differentials. In this case, capital in the circulation process would be merely a vulgar and misleading way of referring to merchants' capital in its pre-capitalist forms and functions, and here the basic assumption would have to be that the peasants whose surplus labor these traders and money lenders extorted were, in fact, Autonomous simple commodity producers. This essay attempts to show why a dilemma of this sort represents only a choice between the devil and the deep blue sea. It attempts to argue that the positions of Badawi and Patnaik, and many others of a similar tendency, rest on an erroneous conception of intervention in the process of production, on a failure to explore and understand properly Marx's views of the relationships in question and, finally, on a failure to analyze concretely the system of production that actually prevailed in various parts of the country as early as the 19th century. The nucleus of this essay consists, therefore, of precisely one such analysis of the disintegrating small production economy of the Deccan in the period shortly before and after the cotton boom. Let me begin, however, with Marx's fundamentally important remarks on the two forms of subsumption of labor into capital, because these will figure centrally in the analysis later. These remarks are contained in a hitherto unpublished appendix, intended to form part of Volume 1 of Capital. Here, Marx distinguishes two basic stages in the historic process of the subordination of the small producer to capital, that is, in the long-term evolution of the bourgeois mode of production. The first of these he calls the formal subsumption of labor into capital, the second the real subsumption of labor into capital. Both forms imply capitalist relations of exploitation, i.e., the category of surplus value. That is, both forms imply the extortion of surplus labor as surplus value. However, the formal subordination of labor to capital presupposes a process of labor that is technologically continuous with earlier modes of labor. It is the form that crystallizes when capital confronts the small producer, invades his process of production and takes it over without subjecting it to technical transformation. These relations of the formal subsumption of labor into capital may thus develop outside the framework of a specifically capitalist mode of production. They do not presuppose the bourgeois mode of production in its advanced or developed form, under which labor is subordinated to capital no longer merely formally, but really. This real subsumption process entails a suspension of all inherited or existing labor processes, alien to the pure motion of capital itself. It presupposes the production of capital in the form of relative surplus value, hence a process of labor that is specifically capitalist. The formal subsumption of labor into capital implies that, while the labor process remains continuous with earlier modes of labor, the process of production has become the process of capital itself, i.e., of the self-expansion of value, of the conversion of money into capital. This in turn implies that capital is here the immediate owner of the process of production and that the immediate producer is merely a factor in the production process and dependent on the capitalist directing it. The formal subsumption of labor into capital was, for Marx, the general form of every capitalist process of production insofar as it implied the extortion of surplus labor in the form of surplus value, and the intervention of capital as the immediate owner of the production process. This general form, however, is not the developed or adequate form of the process of capitalist production, because the labor process remains external to the movement of capital, and therefore the individual capitals are not bound together by any objective social interconnection. The labor process remains technically fragmented, or decentralist, whereas the pure movement of capital posits a centralization of the social means of production and labor power. In its developed form, the capitalist mode of production presupposes not simply the compulsion to perform surplus labor, hence not merely the category of surplus value, but the constitution of the forces of labor as social forces, or the shedding by capital of its individual character. In a system based on the formal subordination of labor, capital retains its small-scale individual character, or it is embodied mainly by small capitalists who differ only slightly from the workers in their education and their activities. It is obvious that Marx's distinction of the two forms of surplus value relative and absolute corresponds exactly to the distinction between the real and the formal subordination of labor to capital. In the latter, based on absolute surplus value, increases in the rate of exploitation of labor power can only be a function of those mechanisms that produce absolute surplus value, mainly, of course, a lengthening of the working day, or a greater intensification of labor. Before proceeding further, it is important to investigate this form more closely. The first characteristic of such a system, i.e., the extortion of surplus labor as surplus value, is not sufficient to constitute this type of subordination. Thus, a moneyed capitalist may dominate the small producer on a capitalist basis. He may, in other words, extort surplus value from him, without standing out as the immediate owner of the process of production. In this case, his domination will be based on control of only portions of the means of subsistence and production of the small producer. For example, he may advance to him his raw materials or tools without exerting any specific control over, or pressure on, the small enterprise. Clearly, such a system, a preformal subordination of labor to capital, would tend to lead in the vast majority of cases to the system of formal subordination, i.e., over time, the moneyed capitalist would gain control over the entire means of subsistence and production of this enterprise, so that reproduction of its process of production from one cycle to the next would now come to depend entirely on the advances he makes. This is the initial and rudimentary sense in which his intervention in the process of production would be established. A very important conclusion follows from all this. There might be historical situations where, in the absence of a specifically capitalist mode of production on the national scale, capitalist relations of exploitation may nonetheless be widespread and dominant. Such relations would then take either of two forms in a preformal sense: the small producer retaining control to one extent or another over his means of subsistence, would nevertheless be subjected to exploitation by capital, insofar as the moneyed capitalist, example the usurer, advances raw materials or tools or even both to the immediate producer and extorts surplus value in the form of interest, in the formal sense that the small producer, completely expropriated, is nonetheless retained in his former process of production and subjected to exploitation by capital on a more continuous or intense basis, i.e., with capital disposing of the power to reconstitute the process of production from one cycle to the next. There are passages in which Marx assimilated cases of type to type, that is, did not regard the distinction as particularly important. Even before the chronological divide separating the two halves of the 19th century, the weight of commodity economy in the life of the Deccan peasantry had made itself felt in a peculiarly retrograde form. Is a good year always good? The prolonged and severe depression that hit the small production economy of the Deccan districts on the decline of Peshwa power leaves no doubt on this score. It is true that, in the central area of the Deccan, in a district like Ahmednagar, for example, 1 out of every 2 years in that 27-year period was a year of poor harvests or famines. But there were some unusually fine harvests in this period, and they were all disastrous. The lack of any easy means of transporting grain meant that, in these years when harvests were good, local markets were glutted and prices fell ruinously low. With rates of assessment worked out in relation to earlier price conjunctures, every long-term decline in the level of prices, such as set in around 1822, or every abrupt and sharp fall in the level, such as occurred periodically in good years, would only intensify the degree of exploitation of the peasantry by the state. By the mid-1830s, at the height of this depression, the original rates of assessment had thus automatically doubled, according to a district collector who witnessed serious and widespread suffering in Ahmednagar. The alternation of good and bad years thus formed a series of bad years, a prolonged depression or a crisis that the Deccan would emerge from only much later. This was a period in which large tracts of arable land lay waste or uncultivated, villages were deserted, and the smaller towns fell into decay. It was in the early 1850s that this crisis began to pass. The declining or stagnant curves of cultivated area break and ascend swiftly around this point. With the introduction of the survey settlement, a systematic overhauling of the interim revenue system began in the Deccan. The new layers of the bureaucracy who argued out these revisions on paper, proponents of a system of peasant capitalism that had yet to emerge, established more precise criteria of classifications in the revenue scale, separating out the different components of differential rent, in an effort to reallocate the burden of revenue demand. One of these officials, George Wingate, dated the turning of the tide to 1852 to 3. 10 years removed from that date, on the eve of the cotton boom, he was writing, in all parts suitable for the production of exportable products, i.e., commodities, such as the southern Maratha country and Khandesh, these are promptly raised to meet the wants of the market, as shown by the rapid growth of the export trade of Bombay. The peasantry are becoming comparatively wealthy, independent, and enterprising. But Khandesh was the only district in the Deccan to become structurally integrated into the cotton economy that dominated the districts further east, outside the limits of the presidency, in Berar. What about the districts further south, where the staple food grains dominated the cropping patterns? Wingate replied. It has been, without due consideration, remarked of other parts of the country, and more especially of the collectorates of Pune, Ahmednagar, Sholapur, and Satara, that the cultivators there continue the old round of grain crops, and do not turn their attention to the raising of valuable products suited for export. The observation, however, is most unjust to them, for, with the great populations of Bombay and Pune to feed within easy distance, it so happens that grain crops in the arid climates of those collectorates pay better than cotton or other exportable products, and this is the reason why they are so extensively grown. In short, the peasantry was responsive to the market, Wingate argued, and if it continued a traditional crop distribution, then this was so mainly for economic reasons. In the districts south of Nasik, grain was a more profitable commodity. This special pleading on behalf of the responsiveness of the peasantry to the civilizing mission of imperialism contains some important clues. To start with, Wingate was writing before the cotton boom had started, that is to say, the expansion of commodity economy had already begun, it was in motion, at least 10 years before the whole level of commodity prices was jerked sharply upwards by the boom in international cotton prices. In this conjuncture of commodity expansion, moreover, the staple food grains were, supposedly, increasingly produced as commodities. And, finally, Wingate identified, implicitly, a basic structural contrast within the Deccan districts when he isolated Khandesh. For, while Khandesh, like Berar, produced largely for world markets, the districts further south, in the heart of the Deccan, derived the impetus of their commodity expansion from the growing regional demand for food grains and other produce. That is, the division of labor was changing within the Deccan economy. The extent of arable land in cultivation did indeed pick up through this conjuncture, and the whole pace of commodity circulation quickened perceptibly. By the 70s and 80s, a district like Ahmednagar was exporting 3.5 million rupees worth of basically agricultural produce. By the 90s, further north, isolated talukas like Chalisgone could export produce worth over 5 million rupees annually. When the bureaucracy later reflected on this whole period, it saw in it a commercial revolution that had qualitatively transformed the conditions of the old economy. A basic index of this transformation is the level of commodity production which prevailed, on average, through these decades. In the 80s, Ahmednagar exported, that is, sold outside the district, large quantities of wheat to Sholapur, Pune and Bombay, in order to import large quantities of the basic food grains along the opening afforded by the Dhand-Manmad railway. The trade in these staples was dominated by wealthy Bhatia and Marwari merchants, based in the district itself. Immediately to the south, Pune imported the basic staples in even larger quantities. In 1873, the railway traffic registered a net import of 17,000 tons of grain, in 1878 of 34,300 tons, in 1880 of 45,500 tons. Further south, Kolhapur was a major exporter of paddy to the markets of the eastern Deccan and other parts of Bombay Karnataka. In the Konkan, Ratnagiri, devoting most of its crop pattern to the inferior cereals, depended crucially for its consumption of rice on the exports of Kolaba district. More local in expansion were commodities that generally required irrigation or relatively large outlays of capital. In the Satara villages, along the Krishna, sugarcane and groundnut had begun to expand rapidly. The latter are exported in very great quantities to Bombay and thence to Marseilles and Italy, where it is stated they are largely used in the manufacture of olive oil. Pune exported cabbages, potatoes, and other fresh vegetables in considerable quantities to Bombay. In Ahmednagar, the talukas around the town itself witnessed a considerable expansion of irrigated acreage due to the large demand for garden produce. Vineyards covered the best soil around the major local market, their crop destined for sale to merchants from Bombay. In Khandesh, the cultivation of linseed was spreading fast, owing to the Bombay demand, that is, to European demand which absorbed 170,000 tons on average in the 1890s. That a more tightly integrated market was in the process of emerging over this conjuncture is suggested quite strongly by the behavior of commodity prices. For the country as a whole, and for a much longer period which includes the late 19th century, THIRD has established the effect of railway expansion in bringing about a progressive equalization of market prices. When one examines the early segments of local price curves, generally before 1860, the discrepancies between local prices, even within the same district, are perfectly apparent. The period from the cotton boom to the famine of 1876 then forms a sort of transition, during which the local series rapidly move closer into line. During the famine itself, for obvious reasons, and in its aftermath, the series tend to merge into a thick line. Apart from this distinct convergence impact, however, the commodity expansion of those years tended to reduce the annual amplitude of price fluctuations, that is, to modify the purely local determination of price movements that characterizes the least developed commodity markets. All of this would have meant that neighboring prices were, in most cases, sufficiently strong to influence a given local price, as when the poor harvests reaped by the southern and central talukas of Khandesh in 1874-5, following several years of scarcity and floods, were combined, in predictably disastrous fashion, with low prices due to the bumper crops in Nimar and Berar close by. These processes of price convergence and of the lower amplitude of fluctuations imply, moreover, not just a greater specific mobility of commodities due to improvements in the means of communication which took place over that period, but the emergence and development, side by side with the expansion of railways and metalled roads, of a whole number of depots and wholesale markets in various parts of the Deccan. Apart from the major commercial centers such as Pune or Jalgaon, a large number of smaller towns and big villages come into prominence in this specific function. The population of such towns and villages Kharda, Vamhori, Karad, Tuscone, Sauda, Faizpur, Lazaljiaon, etc. would tend to vary between 5,000 and 10,000 persons, and their mercantile sector to account generally for anywhere between 4 and 10% of those populations. It is these smaller centers that mediated the local, inter-district, and external trade of the Deccan. The moneyed capitals, whose intervention in this trade was absolutely decisive, resided mainly in such centers, connecting links between the larger capitals of the major local wholesale market and the taluka peasantry. The emergence of such centers specifically would tend to even out discrepancies between local price movements, enable the big peasantry to relate more easily to the open market, and facilitate the operation of a chain of mercantile transactions whose structure we shall come to shortly. But probably the most revealing single index of the specific weight of the commodity economy in the life of the peasantry is the fact that the whole system of state exploitation of the peasantry, the system of assessment and revenue demand, depended crucially on the estimated level of commodity prices at the time of introduction of a settlement, and on the access of groups of villages to local markets, wholesale centers, or railway stations. Both the survey and its revision based their classifications of such village groups in the revenue scale on the level of exports that any given group was considered capable of sustaining apart from the more general circumstances determining differential rent. Thus the commodity economy was the basic premise of the revenue system, just as the expansion of the market formed, in a broader sense, the nucleus of its program of civilizing the country, that is, introducing the bourgeois mode of production into it. The general process of commodity expansion described above would imply, moreover, that labor power is itself, increasingly, a commodity. It would imply the conversion of the small producer into a wage laborer, even if not necessarily into a productive worker, i.e., one employed by capital. This, too, formed an essential dimension of the economic liberalism of the colonial bureaucracy, a conception that vacillated between the moderately blithe optimism that India was fast reconstructing itself in the image of more advanced nations, and the disenchanted rebuttals of this conception by those who sought to protect and strengthen the big peasantry against the moneyed capitalists. By and large, it was the sense of optimism that prevailed. Even the famines demonstrated the inexorable laws of liberal political economy, the inevitable destruction of the thriftless small producer, and the rise of the English agricultural system of large landlords, capitalist farmers of large farms, and peasant laborers for wage. What made this optimism credible was the quite perceptible process of decay of the smaller peasant households. In Pune, many of them had, by the 1880s, following the devastating impact of 2 continuous famine years, given up husbandry and taken to be messengers, constables, grooms and day laborers. During a famine, the first option of most peasant households would be emigration. Those who stayed behind would generally have to subsist on relief works, and the fact that they stayed behind would indicate that most of these were households without livestock, or deprived of their livestock. A census taken in Pune at the height of the famine of 1876 shows that, of the total number of workers on relief, close to 50,000, exactly half were holders or underholders of land by occupation. A quarter of the district's emigrant population never returned, i.e., they abandoned agriculture or moved elsewhere to restart cultivation. The contrast with Khandesh is striking. The powerful currents of emigration that swelled up over those years took a large number of cultivating households precisely into areas like Khandesh and Berar. Here, during the famine, cultivating households formed only 22% of those compelled to subsist on relief, mild indication of the more independent condition of the Khandesh peasantry. Yet, even here, in a relatively favored zone of the Deccan with a still expanding land frontier, a process of proletarianization was underway well before the famine. There can be no doubt that the number of persons in Khandesh subsisting on their labor has much increased of late years. This is owing to the fact of many cultivators having lost their lands either from the action of the civil courts or from inability to pay the government demand, while again the establishment of cotton presses and other factories has added largely to the demand for working hands. Khandesh wage rates would have formed a strong incentive to many small peasants to forsake their fields for the railway, the workshops, the cotton and spinning mills, especially in a period of recurrent scarcities such as Khandesh went through over the whole of the 70s, and at a time when the average daily wage a small peasant would have earned from subsidiary occupations fluctuated around 9% annas. Degree drought, scarcity, and famine played a major role in the proletarianization of the small producer only because of the already exhausted and decrepit condition of the Deccan small production economy. This condition was ascribed in the first instance to the persisting pressure of revenue demands on peasant incomes. Even the more scientifically based classifications of the survey and its revision had in a greater number of talukas only increased the general average rate of exploitation, straining to breaking point the resources of the poorer districts and talukas. In Cholapur, a district of this sort, a junior official wrote, "I see no reason to doubt the facts stated to me by many apparently trustworthy witnesses and which my own personal observation confirms, that in many cases the assessments are only paid by selling ornaments or cattle." A household without cattle was a household on the verge of extinction, either in the direct form of having to desert the taluka and abandon cultivation, or in the less direct form of sinking into indebtedness. For, land and bullocks are the principal organs of our body, in the same way as hands and feet are, the peasants said. It followed that, against this background of intensified exploitation by the state, the famine of 1876-7 irretrievably ruined a large number of the smaller cultivators in Cholapur, against whose catas arrears would have been accumulating year after year, or who, to pay off the assessment, were forced to sell portions of their means of subsistence. In neighboring Satara, of a total of 46,000 laborers on relief, 53% are derived from the peasantry. They would have represented obviously the most impoverished strata, the slightly better off small peasants choosing to migrate with their pair of bullocks and a cow or two. In Nasic, a considerable number of persons were supposed to have sunk from the status of landholders to that of laborers. Thus the proletarianization of the small producer was a process common to all districts of the Deccan regardless of their specific rates of commodity production. It formed part of a longer, less visible cycle extending back into the early decades of the 19th century. Take the ruinous year of 1847-8, when in Ahmednagar, talukas like Rahuri, Nevasa, and Sangamner were compelled to disperse over half their grain output on the market. In Rahuri, at that time, to pay his rent, that is, the government demand, a ryot had frequently to part with a bullock or other property. Prices had fallen lower and lower under the pressures of a market overstocked with local grain. Wingate described the mechanism at work over that season. The assessment was always too heavy to be defrayed in full, but in a good season, such as 1847-8, the remissions given were of a less amount and the demand on the ryot consequently greater than in less favorable years. He was, in consequence, obliged to bring forward to market a larger amount of produce than in ordinary seasons to meet this additional demand, and by thus forcing sales prices were lowered, and more produce had to be sold in order to raise the money he required to meet the extra demand, until the market became so glutted and prices so ruinously low that many households would either sink further into debt or alienate their means of production in distress sales. Thus in Nevasa many of the ryots had to resort to the money lenders and in many cases to dispose of their farming stock. This is how even a year of general abundance could, like a year of famine, accelerate both the proletarianization of the small producer and the rate of expansion of the moneyed capitalist. Beyond the countryside proper, in the Deccan towns, a similar movement was in progress. Here, rising subsistence costs and the competitive pressure of machine-based commodities were jointly driving many artisan families either deeper into debt or into the more obvious forms of wage labor. In Kolhapur, many weavers had come to work as laborers. In Nasic further north they had to take a field or even to work as day laborers registered. Given the specific nature of the relation of indebtedness, which we shall examine later, it is possible to understand why even the falling costs of raw materials supplied by machine production would scarcely have improved the fortunes of the majority of weavers, and only increased the profits of their capitalist exploiters. Again, many artisan households would have joined the currents of emigration during famine years. In the town of Ula in Nasic, where weavers formed 57% of the total population, large numbers were compelled to migrate in the hope of employment elsewhere. These, then, were among the basic phenomena of the process of commodity expansion that occurred over the late 19th century. How far, within this context, did capitalist relations of exploitation crystallize or evolve? From the commodity we move to capital. 10.3. Structure of capital in the Deccan. Only the less developed forms of capital, which, within the framework of the capitalist mode of production in its developed sense, would form subordinate types pure functions of the circulation process of industrial capital had evolved in the colonial economy. Thus, in most Deccan districts, merchants and traders formed the numerically dominant sector of capital, ranging from 60 to 75% of all persons with positions implying the possession of capital. The other groups consisted of rentiers, money changers, shopkeepers, bankers, etc. In the more backward world of the Deccan, banking, mercantile, and usurer capital were, in most cases, inseparable. For example, in Kandish it was asserted that as a general rule the same man is often a merchant, a mon, a lender and a broker. Why was this? Bureaucrats trained in the rudiments of 19th century political economy understood the underlying cause. At Julgang alone is there trade enough to allow of firms confining themselves to fixed branches of business. In other words, scales of production and circulation were just not sufficient to generate an elaborate division of labor. Or take the example of one of the biggest capitalists in Nashik district. This man deployed a capital of between 300,000 rupees and 400,000, which compares quite favorably with the larger capitals in Gujarat at that time. But who was he? A well-known Brahmin banker and money lender from Shandar Taluka * banker or money lender. The fact is that it is impossible to answer questions like that. The bureaucracy directly encountered the difficulty. It wrote, "The trading group is the most difficult of classification on account of the vague terms used, meaning often simply merchant or trader." The more obvious case of this lack of differentiation or specialization was the almost total fusion of the twin categories of mercantile and usurer capital. There was scarcely a merchant who could not also be classified as a money lender, and vice versa. But it would be wrong to conclude, conversely, that such merchants money lenders were pure agents of the circulation process. Precisely because the occupational classifications of capital did not reflect a strict division of labor of the sort that prevails where industrial capital predominates, the concomitant distinction, between purely parasitic and basically productive types of capital, becomes somewhat misleading. The system of production that prevailed within the Deccan will explain why. In Kolhapur, the total estimated volume of capital available for loans amounted to the substantial sum of 3.1 million rupees already by the early 1850s. Further north, Satara 20 years later was the site of a total capital of this sort equal to 15.3 million rupees. Fairly good data are available for Tuscone Taluka. In the south of the district. Here, the total capital was estimated at 900,000 rupees exclusive of the capital of the great banking house of Jog, which may be set down at several lakhs additional. This size of capital was roughly equal to the total value of the taluka's exports over 4 years. Over half of this sum was concentrated in Tuscone town itself, and most of the rest in only about 9 villages. The official who assembled all this data from what he thought were reliable sources estimated the number of big capitalists in the taluka at 20 to 30 from a total of over 300 sokars *. This implies a fairly high degree of concentration, so that most of these 300 sokars would have deployed capital sums of 1,000 rupees and 2,000 rupees. The same data show that 38% of all Satara district sokars had started business within the last 20 years, that is, since 1855. In fact, throughout the Deccan, and even more so in the districts further north, where Marwari capital tended to predominate, the emergence and expansion of these smaller money lenders was a relatively recent phenomenon. Between the commodity expansion of those years and the general expansion and multiplication of the class of moneyed capitalists, there was a close, intimate, inseparable link, which we must turn to now. For there is one fact that the bureaucracy never tired of mentioning, and around which it structured some of its best social investigations. This was that the vast majority of households in the Deccan countryside were, to one degree or another, indebted. The aggregate estimates, which indicate only an order of magnitude, would be 66 to 90% of such households across the Deccan as a whole. To grasp the deeper significance of these twin phenomena, the expanding moneyed capitals on one side, and indebtedness on the other, we can start with the chain-like structure of operation of mercantile capital. Viewed vertically, the structure of this capital could be envisaged in the following way. The capitalist classes are first and most numerous the small traders and money lenders of the villages, chiefly Marwaris and Guzars. These advance grain for seed and subsistence. The second class are the rich bankers or traders of large towns. Those Kulkarnis who are money lenders are generally closely affiliated to these Brahmin bankers. They deal much less in advance of grain than the traders of lower caste and have a much greater taste for getting land into their own hands and names. As the Kulkarnis are connected with these, so are the small of the villages mentioned in the first class mere jackals to their richer caste fellows in the towns. The third class consists of cultivators who have kept out of debt. This account allows one to regroup the three classes of capitalists into two basic types. Merchant money lending banking businesses organized on a caste basis, divided internally into a larger, town-based capital, more widespread in its range of operations, and a small sponsored capital, operating locally, resident in the village itself, generally controlling a portion of its retail trade, started with capital borrowed from kinsmen, and directly in contact with the peasantry. Money lenders sprung from the mass of the peasantry itself, by and large big peasants, a lot of them of the Kunbai caste. In India, with businesses of this or a higher sort organized on a caste basis, the smaller, local capitals would, in many cases, have functioned only as elements of a collective grouping with its main base in the towns and wholesale centers. Thus it would make no sense to see the town merchants or bankers and the village money lenders as entirely distinct agents personifying separate social functions. The point can be put differently: when the commission met to investigate the Deccan riots, it found that the smaller class of Sokars, who are also the most unscrupulous, have increased very considerably during the last 10 years, that is, since 1865. But this very rapid expansion of the small Sokars would to a large extent have signified only the general expansion, and deeper entrenchment, of many of the larger, town-based capitals already constituted before the boom. The crucial mechanism here would have been the sponsoring of new capitals on a family or caste basis, by way of an extension of the general scale of business of the firm in question. This would hold especially for the smaller Marwari and Gujarati money lenders, who usually begin business as clerks or servants of one of the established Sokars. Even in the districts further south, for example, Satara, where this layer was less well developed, the class of small lenders were thought to have little or no capital and to borrow from wealthy firms, i.e., from those traders whose dealings are on a large scale and who are almost always also large money lenders. The major exception to this pattern were the big peasants who turned to money lending. The deeper significance of this sort of stratification of capital is brought out by the fact that, during the riots of 1875, in villages where Sokars of the Brahmin and other castes shared the money lending business with Marwaris, it was usual to find that the latter only were molested. The faster rates of expansion of the sponsored capitals would imply, on the one hand, a gradual erosion of the sphere of activity of the indigenous moneyed capitalists, and on the other, an increasing expropriation of the small peasantry. The riots would then have been a sort of united front of these classes against capitalists who had settled in the district or taluka in the recent past. All this views the structure of such capital vertically. Across the district, so to speak, the interconnections would take the form of a chain of operations extending from the peasantry at one end to the Bombay and international markets at the other. Take Ahmednagar cotton. The cotton dealers, who are Marwar and Gujarat Vanas, advance money to the landholders and buy their crops often before they are ready for picking. They pack it in bundles or daktas of about 120 pounds and send it to their agents in Ahmednagar, of whom there are about 20. From these agents the cotton dealers receive advances and draw bills or hundis to the extent of 70 or 80% of the value of the cotton. After the cotton has come, the Ahmednagar agents sell it to Bombay merchants. The cotton bought by the agents of the Bombay firms is either offered for sale in Bombay or is pressed and shipped to Europe. The same sort of chain operated in field produce generally, further south in Pune. Here, the merchants that deal direct with Bombay and other large markets are generally Marwar Vanas. They export grain and other produce, principally garden crops. Field produce passes through several hands before it leaves the district. It goes to market generally through the village shopkeeper, who passes it on to a dealer in some large town, who sends it direct to Bombay or to some export merchant in Pune. The village shopkeeper generally gathers articles of export in exchange for money advanced or lent. He was usually a Gujarat or a Marwar Vana connected with the large towns with which he has business relations, and where probably the money lender, on whom he is often dependent, lives. In Khandesh, the same structure of business covered most commodities apart from cotton. As a rule, the husbandman has received advances from, or mortgaged his crop to, some village money lender, who, in turn, has borrowed from some larger capitalist. In Khandesh cotton, the big Bombay firms had, to a large extent, succeeded in modifying this standard pattern. Many of the native merchants resident in the towns of Sauda, Faizpur, and Ravara, purchase cotton in the Hoosangabad districts under consignment for houses in Bombay. Further west, in Amalner, the native merchants of the district simply purchase the articles for exportation from the ryots and resell them almost immediately to some agents of Bombay native merchants, several of whom reside in Amalner, and whose sole business appears to be the purchase and exportation to Bombay of cotton, linseed, tilly and coriander seed degree. In the period we are concerned with, European firms had not made much headway, and the cotton trade of Khandesh was still almost entirely in native hands. According to the common practice, from September to the end of April, growers and petty dealers go to the exporters, and contract to deliver a certain quantity of cotton within a given period. The dominance of Indian capital was destined to decline, however, for, in the early part of this century, in the Ulaya and Jalgaon, the chief Khandesh markets, foreign firms accounted for 50 to 75% of all upcountry sales. The variation afforded by Khandesh cotton was probably an expression of the more independent character of the peasantry there. Jalap, which formed the main system on which cotton contracts operated, was already in a state of near disintegration by the late 90s, when in talukas such as Chalasgone only the poor ryots consented to such arrangements. Outside the Deccan, but still in the Bombay Presidency, in the much more prosperous Gujarat district of Broch, this independence was apparent as early as the 60s. There, ever since Broch became a field for the investment of European capital, the course of its cotton trade had changed considerably. Cotton is now bought in one of two ways, either by the local agents of Bombay firms, or by the owners of ginning factories in Broch. The local agents, when ordered to buy, sometimes send out their own broker to the villages to purchase direct from the grower. But they generally do business through the dealer, who, as in former times, gets the cotton into his hands by making advances to the cultivators. The nature of the dealings between the cultivator and the Wakaria would seem to have somewhat changed since 1850. The advance is now said to be earnest money, to bind the cultivator to his bargain, rather than the mortgage of his crop by the cultivator to tide over the hard months on to harvest. Thus, the penetration of European commercial capital into the cotton trade of districts such as Broch and Khandesh did not imply a tighter domination of the peasantry. The evidence seems to suggest that the reverse, the growing independence of the peasantry vis-a-vis local moneyed capitalists and the deeper entrenchment of European firms were phenomena that coincided in time, though their internal connection cannot be traced out here. The more typical form that the chain assumed further south, in the heart of the Deccan, reflected the far more dependent character of the peasantry in those districts, the greater intensity of domination over the peasantry by local moneyed capitalists. This was the zone in which peasant resentment against the intrusions of moneyed capitalists was chiefly concentrated, the general area within which most of the known assassinations of money lenders actually occurred. There is a simple statistical index of this pattern. In 1891, according to the census figures, over 55% of the total Marwari population of the presidency resided in the three districts of Nasik, Ahmednagar, and Pune districts, whose share of the total presidency population was roughly 10%, registered as an illustration of the specific weight of the more expansive Marwari capital resident in the core districts of the Deccan. One might take Parnar Taluka in Ahmednagar. Here, the biggest money lenders were, almost without exception, Marwaris. In the village of Parnar itself, of a total of 50 local money lenders, only 6, all of them Marwaris, accounted for over one-third of the total acreage that had passed into the khatas of money lenders generally in the previous 40 years. The biggest of them, Tularam Karam Chand, controlled, at least on paper, 659 acres, transferred into his khata through 55 separate transactions. Tularam's father, Karam Chand, had settled in the taluka even before 1820. In the 30s, Tularam, his eldest son, had joined him as his agent. By 1875, Tularam's accumulation of 660 acres represented an annual income of 3,600 rupees. Chandraban Bapuji, the second biggest money lender in Parnar, controlled 520 acres, transferred through 31 separate transactions. His father, likewise, had come to Parnar around the time that the British took over the Deccan districts, and like Tularam, Chandraban had started off in a small way. The Parnar data also illustrate the expansion, side by side with the larger capitals, of the smaller, predominantly indigenous capitals. Around half the number of money lenders had built up katas of generally less than 20 acres. The chronological distribution of the individual transactions through which Parnar money lenders built up their estates of varying sizes shows a quite definite and interesting pattern. Of a total of 271 such transactions, 1/3 belonged to the early 60s and slightly over 1/3 to the early 70s. When the boom had broken and prices were declining rapidly, the mass of small money lenders, many of them sprung from the peasantry itself, would have expanded their katas basically in the second phase, or within 5 years of the date of the commission inquiry. Thus, in Kalgam village of Srigonda, 12 Kunbai Sokars examined state that they have all commenced business within the last 5 years. It is this very recently emerged layer that would have experienced the crises of 1875-7 as a severe limit to its further rapid expansion, even if, in the aftermath of the riots, the bigger money lenders such as Tularam and Chandraban were hauled up before the criminal courts on charges of forgery and extortion. Finally, an examination of the data collected by the Commission from various villages of Pune suggests that, over the longer period from 1854-5 to 1874-5, the moneyed capitalists tended to withdraw from the smaller villages and relocate their activities in the faster expanding large villages. Thus, in the big villages of Indapur or Talajayan, each with a total of 370 to 80 katdars, both the number of sokars in operation and the total assets controlled by them tended to expand fairly rapidly. In Talajayan, for example, there were only 3 sokars in 1854-5 and they controlled, in their own names, only 122 acres. 10 years later, in the middle of the boom, their number had expanded slowly to 11, and their total acreage to 556. Another 10 years later, over the crest and decline of the boom, their number had shot up to 46 and the total acreage controlled by them to 3,110. On the other hand, in the very small villages both their numbers and their control tended to decline. There was Nimjayan Kedki, for example, where by 1874-5 only one Saukar was left, controlling half the amount that he and others had controlled earlier. How does one explain this movement? By modifying the structure of differential rent, the commercial expansion of those 20 years would have exerted strong pressures on the relocation of such capital. Small Sokars who started off in the 1850s in the smaller villages of a taluka would, over time, shift to the bigger villages, closer to the nerve centers of commodity expansion. Among the Sokars jailed after the riots was one Hariram Bubhan who had shifted from Panadai in Parnar to Parnar itself, requiring, as he says, a large sphere. 10.4. Interest as surplus value, increasing formal subsumption of labor into capital. Abstracting from differences internal to the structure of this class, it is not difficult to see that this sector of capital and of society as a whole would have been the greatest beneficiary of British rule. The penetration of the moneyed capitalist into the small production economy of the Deccan coincided with, and sheltered behind, the takeover of these districts by the British bureaucracy. Despite the systematic attacks to which they were continually subjected in writing, these capitalists were never seriously threatened by the state, and even the effort to modify the impact of their domination, with the passing of the Agriculturists' Relief Act, only subdued the pace of their expansion, shifting their preferences from mortgages to direct sales. The reason for this contradictory behavior lies, of course, in the structural role that this class played within the framework of colonial domination. State exploitation of the peasantry was premised on the expansion of commodity production. But, however responsive the Deccan peasantry may have appeared to men like Wingate, the peasantry as a whole was in no position to sustain this effort. Commodity expansion thus came to be mediated through the interventions of the moneyed capitalists. One concrete piece of evidence is enough to demonstrate their role in this process. In 1850-1, the last year of the old revenue system in that taluka, 11 villages of Tuscone paid 40,373 rupees into the treasury on account of revenue. Of this sum, no less than 48% was raised by loans from Sokars. If Tuscone were a typical case, then this would mean that the whole system of state exploitation of the peasantry depended crucially on the moneyed capitalist, just as the control he came to exercise over the peasantry found one of its deepest sources in that very system of exploitation. Why would peasant households have borrowed? When the commission asked the collector of Pune, he replied, "The ryots generally attribute their embarrassments to the weight of the assessment and also to the operation of the civil courts." % In the poorer talukas of Sholapur, further east, the basic cause of indebtedness was that the rates are so high. This underlying pressure would not necessarily be expressed directly in the more immediate causes that led groups of households into the hands of money lenders. A Tuscone Saukar thought the ryots borrowed chiefly to buy cattle and to marry. This was the opinion of a man who has occasion to go into the civil courts upwards of 50 times in a year. Among the various immediate causes of indebtedness listed by peasant households interviewed by the Commission, 4 basic categories stand out. Subsistence costs or consumption loans, normally on a running grain account basis, formed the prevalent type, 25% of all instances. The need to purchase bullocks was likewise important, 23%. Another 23% of cases derived from what one might call the social costs connected with kinship and marriage. Finally, the pressure of assessment was itself listed as an immediate cause in 14% of all cases. This establishes that, in close to half the total number of cases, shortage of means of production and subsistence was listed as the immediate pressure compelling households to borrow. We shall see later, when we come to the structure of the Deccan peasantry, that this was a compulsion specific to underscore the lower strata of the peasantry, and that the social costs of kinship would normally involve strata of the middle peasantry not otherwise compelled to meet subsistence costs from loans. On contracting a debt, the household would in most cases find itself incapable of reimbursing it unless, as happened occasionally, a good harvest coincided with a year of high prices. Years of scarcity and famine, of which there were several, would drive these households only further into debt, so that finally they would often have to confront several creditors. Over time, a household in this position would find itself subsisting at the mercy of its creditor, who would in this way come to establish control over its reproduction process from one cycle to the next. Elements of the production process would be advanced to the peasant either in money form or directly in material form, and the peasant would then surrender the whole of his crop by way of interest payments. Where these payments included those portions of the means of production over which the small producer still retained control, example bullocks, which was frequently the case, this would only intensify the dependence of his process of production on the advance of elements required for its reconstitution. This is the initial approximation, and it is the hallmark of vulgar empiricism that it sticks fast to the surface appearance. When the gazetters describing the chain of mercantile operations discussed earlier wrote, the local dealers would advance money to the grower and buy his crop before it was ready for picking, then the surface appearance here is definitely that of a transaction between sellers and buyers. In other words, this superficial appearance belongs strictly to the sphere of simple circulation, and within this sphere and its appearance the household figures as a simple owner of commodities. As far as the civil courts, i.e., bourgeois law, was concerned, only this appearance mattered, for in law all commodity owners are equal. The crucial point comes now. Marx, describing the case where buyer and seller become creditor and debtor, respectively, where the price of the commodity has been realized in advance, before the commodity is handed over, cited the example of the advance payments prevailing in other parts of India in the purchase of opium. We know today that the opium trade was hardly as simple as this, and that very few of the households producing poppy could validly be called simple commodity owners. Marx himself was aware that in the transaction M might represent not simply money in its functional form of means of purchase, but capital being advanced in the form of money. Of course, capital, too, is advanced in the form of money, and it is possible that the money advanced is capital advanced. To simplify matters and somewhat schematically, the advances could be seen in one of two quite distinct ways. According to the laws of simple circulation, the advances would represent payments for the commodity, or a realization of the price of the commodity before the commodity itself is handed over. In this case, money would function as means of purchase. According to the laws of capital circulation, the advances would represent advances of capital in money form. That is to say, here, in case, the advances would reconstitute the process of production by enabling the reproduction of labor power and reproduction of the means of production. Whereas in the crop sold in advance would represent the peasant's commodity, in case it would represent the commodity capital of the capitalist who has made the advances, that is, the capital he advanced at the start of the cycle, now expanded to include surplus value, but emerging at the end of the labor process in commodity form. To which of these schematically distinct cases would the relations of the Deccan economy conform? We have already seen that the peasantry of the Deccan borrowed in most cases to meet its subsistence costs and other simple reproduction costs, i.e., to reconstitute their process of production from one year to the next. This is not a situation that fits well with case, where the agents of the production process are independent simple commodity owners and producers. That a system of capitalist exploitation was in fact embodied in the advances emerges more clearly when we turn back to the historical sources. In Pune, the husbandman, when his crops were reaped, threshed, and garnered, carted them in lump to his creditor's house or shop. As he had parted with all his crop, the husbandman had to borrow fresh sums in cash or grain to meet the installment of land revenue, or his own support and for seed. So, here, the basic circulating elements of the process of production derived entirely from the advances. In Khandesh, both town and village money lenders often advance grain and money for seed and to support the cultivator's family during the rainy season. These advances are repaid at harvest time, with the addition of 50% to the sum advanced registered. But why would such repayments not have disentangled the household from the grip of its creditor? The answer is interesting. The small producer's dependence on the moneyed capitalist would not necessarily continue because the account still remained open, or because the household still had to pay off its debts. Thus, in Sauda Taluka, when the produce of the land has been gathered into the coolie and the grain ready for market, the saukar closes his account for presentation, to be liquidated either by money payment or in grain. By a mutual arrangement contracted at the commencement of the season, the accumulated debts of the year are for the most part dispersed in grain. In other words, even if the debts were repaid, the small producer would be left with absolutely no means of subsistence for the coming season. His dependence on the capitalist would thus continue from one cycle to the next, even where at the close of every cycle the payments covered the accumulated debts for the previous year. It is this domination of the small producer by the capitalist that accounts for the fact that the small cotton-growing peasantry of talukas such as Dhulaya gained absolutely nothing from the boom of the 1860s. The sudden and excessive rise in the price of cotton has given a great stimulus to the cultivation of this crop, but as yet the ryots do not appear to have profited much by this change, the native merchants being the only parties who are really the gainers. If the cotton crop represented to a large extent the commodity capital of moneyed capitalists rather than the commodities of the small producer, then the rise of commodity prices would leave the small producer quite untouched. In talukas where relationships of this type prevailed, the moneyed capitalists controlled the bulk of the local produce. Again, in Sauda, the saukars hold direct control over the greater portion of the produce raised, and it was in this sense that Davidson, who witnessed this system in the 60s, wrote, quite correctly, the cultivation of the entire district is conducted by the moneyed capitalists. Translated into Marx's terms, this statement would read, the process of production of the entire district is controlled by moneyed capitalists. There were, of course, a few officials in the bureaucracy who did manage to separate the surface appearances from the inner content of such relations. One of them, an assistant collector stationed in the eastern talukas of Pune shortly before the famine, wrote, "The Saukar gives the ryot sufficient to eat and takes the remainder of the produce as part payment of the interest of the debt." This is what actually takes place, though of course on the surface the facts look somewhat different, the ryot borrowing cash from the Saukar and paying government, while the Saukar debits him the cash and credits him with the produce. Here, Macpherson came very close to understanding the purely capitalist nature of the relationship between the peasant and money lender. The surplus value extorted from the small producer would be called interest, but this would only express the specific form in which relations of production entered the consciousness of its agents. Commenting on Wakefield's description of the depressed condition of the Irish tenantry, Marx wrote, "In this case profit is called rent, just as it is called interest, when, for example, as in India, the worker works with advances which he receives from the capitalist and has to hand over all the surplus produce to the capitalist." Commodity relations of production are never directly reflected in consciousness, their forms of appearance mediate their reception into consciousness. In fact, it would be quite wrong to suppose that these superficial appearance forms of the basic relations of production represented nothing but pure show, something illusory or unessential. They represented the necessary forms of appearance of capitalist relations in the conditions of a small production economy where the process of labor remained the process of the small producer. This is the specific situation that Marx described at some length in Theories of Surplus Value. For the third of the older forms of interest-bearing capital is based on the fact that capitalist production does not as yet exist. That is, its premise is the absence of the specifically capitalist mode of production in its developed form of relative surplus value production. This implies, first, that the producer still works independently with his own means of production and that the means of production do not yet work with him. In other words, it implies that the process of labor remains that of the small production economy. Secondly, that the means of production belong only nominally to the producer, in other words, that because of some incidental circumstances he is unable to reproduce them from the proceeds of the sale of his commodities. Thus the second characteristic of this form, apart from its technological continuity with earlier modes of labor, is the latent crisis of simple reproduction which the small production economy is thrown into either under the pressures of a series of bad years or for more basic structural reasons, such as state exploitation of peasant production. This crisis of simple reproduction, the hopeless inability of small producers to renew their process of production from one cycle to the next, is precisely what was expressed on the one hand in the proletarianization of the small producer in the Deccan, on the other hand, in the rapid incursions of the moneyed capitalist. If the small production economy of the 1850s already contains such latent defects, then the crises of the period that followed only intensified those defects through the massive and staggering devastation of livestock, and by forcing sales of land and other means of production, crippling reserves of labor power and pushing up subsistence costs in general. Marx continues that in this form the producer pays the capitalist his surplus labor in the form of interest. That is to say, the capitalist extorts surplus value in the form of interest. For as Marx writes elsewhere, the exorbitant interest which the capital of the usurer attracts, is just another name for surplus value. It follows, and this is Marx's own conclusion, we have here, in the form just outlined, the whole of capitalist production without its advantages, the development of the social forms of labor and of the productivity of labor to which they give rise. Thus the third of the older forms of interest-bearing capital would compose a system of capitalist exploitation but outside the framework of the specifically capitalist mode of production based on machinery, continuous revolutionizing of the process of labor, and the production of relative surplus value. It would compose the form which we encountered earlier as the formal subsumption of labor into capital. This form is very prevalent among peasant nations who already have to buy a portion of the necessaries of life and means of production as commodities. India was one such peasant nation in Marx's day, as were Egypt, China, and Peru. It is now possible to detect the fault underlying so many of the arguments that downgrade the development of capitalist relations in India. Arguments of the sort that Badawi or Patnaik propose confuse the capitalist's intervention in, or control over, the process of production with the specifically capitalist form of the labor process. When the process of production of a small peasant household depends from one cycle to the next on the advances of the usurer, when, without such advances, the process of production would come to a halt, then in this case the usurer, i.e., the moneyed capitalist, exerts a definite command over the process of production. This control or command is established and operates even when, as in this case, the labor process remains technologically primitive, manually operated, and continuous with earlier, archaic, modes of labor. The purely formal and stereotyped conceptions of capitalist production that see in its basic relations only the glitter of technological advance have very little in common with Marx's understanding of capitalism, and derive, in large part, from the formalism promoted by Marxists like Dobb. Let me pose the question more sharply. Is the domination of capital over the small producer, that is, the extortion of surplus value from small peasants, artisans, etc., compatible with the forms of the process of labor specific to those households? Both Marx and Lenin answered, quite clearly, yes. For, the fact is that capital subsumes the labor process as it finds it, that is to say, it takes over an existing labor process, developed by different and more archaic modes of production. This is a theme that Lenin had to constantly emphasize against the Narodniks in Russia, even at the cost of coining terms like medieval forms of capitalism. It follows that, in these forms, based on the formal subsumption of labor into capital, the small peasant is a simple commodity owner only by way of his external attributes. In Ahmednagar, on one report, 75% of the cultivators may be said to be overwhelmed with debt. I have never spoken to one of the poorer class who did not admit that he was completely in the hands of the saukar. I have often seen the saukar sitting in the field while the crop was being reaped, which shows that, in such cases, at least, the cultivator is not a free agent but is compelled to part with his crop, at whatever price the saukar thinks proper. Again, the sort of compulsion that Norman witnessed around 1874 was a compulsion specific to capitalist relations. The peasants whom Norman saw were not bonded laborers of any variety. Labor mortgaging was common in various parts of the Deccan from Satara to Khandish, but the compulsion or element of unfreedom that this assistant collector saw pertains specifically to the fact that the small peasants of Ahmednagar were not free to dispose of their crop as they chose, so long as they were bound by a capitalist who year after year paid their subsistence costs and, to one extent or another, controlled their means of production. That is to say, in these relationships, there was no fixed political and social relationship of supremacy and subordination of the sort that characterized the feudal economies of Europe. The person appropriating surplus labor and the person surrendering it were bound together by the pure money relationship. The process of exploitation was here stripped of every patriarchal, political, or even religious cloak. The coercive power of the money lender was the coercive power of capital in its general form, the form in which it is common to the more advanced forms of capitalist production. 10.5. The big peasantry of the Deccan. The social formation that became involved in this complex and uneven process of the formal subordination of small producers to moneyed capitalists was one whose internal social morphology was changing rapidly in the 19th century. There is a fair amount of evidence which shows that indebtedness as such was not a condition peculiar to the class of small producers. The traditional local ruling classes of the Deccan had likewise to one degree or another become bankrupt and financially dependent on the bigger banking houses and money lenders. Economically, at least, the saukar was often the wealthiest individual in a given village or small town. The most opulent house there would belong to his family, even if they had moved in only a generation. back. The Sirdars of Kolhapur formed a tiny and in general wealthy fraction of the district's population. But, of the 600-odd Sirdars, all are in debt, and half of the annual revenue is gathered into the coffers of the bankers. These Sirdars continued to live in sufficient ease, many of them maintaining retinues of 50 to 80 servants, but their estates were heavily mortgaged to a stratum of bankers who likewise lived in very comfortable circumstances. In neighboring Ratnagiri, the picture was even bleaker. Many of the original Kott families have now passed away, and the Kott estates are now either held by Sokars or by impoverished Kotts who are entirely in the hands of Sokars registered. So, in the southern periphery of the presidency, the sector of big agrarian property had fallen into fairly deep financial dependence on the moneyed capitalists. Like the Talukdars of the United Provinces, their fortunes were fast declining in the 19th century. Further north, in the central Deccan area, many Patil families had fallen into similar circumstances. In Havli Taluka of Pune, the Patel Vituji affords a good instance of the old-fashioned debtor. He has recently mortgaged the whole of his large garden lands and well to Sadhu for a debt of Rs 900. What makes this case striking is that Sadhu was a Kunbai by caste. A more typical case comes from Parnar village. The Kaure family held the Patelship of Parnar 2 generations back, when the office was one of great dignity. There is not now one yoke of bullocks or acre of land in Parnar village held by the Kaures. Rayaji Sakraji Kaure's father had owned some 60 acres, which is all gone into the hands of money lenders, mainly those of a Marwari who started his business in that area only in the late 60s and over 7 years had accumulated 108 acres registered. There was the Patel of Kurdi village in Sauda, whose father had owned 70 acres of the best land. By the 70s, a series of debts incurred mainly to finance the costs of marriage, coinciding with the price depression, left this man in the position of a day laborer. My eldest son is also a day laborer. Or there was the aged Patel of Yelabai in Tuscone, a rich and independent man who, under British rule, had descended from the position of a Jagirdar Patil to what he is pleased to term a day laborer. In the sharpest possible contrast to this declining curve of encumbered traditional estates, a big peasantry was slowly entrenching itself in the Deccan. This was a layer of the peasantry that based its expansion on that very mobility of agrarian property signified by the decline of Sirdars, Patels, Kotts, Jagirdars, Inamdars, and so on. These were the peasant households whom the bureaucracy called, quite impressionistically, well-to-do husbandmen, or occasionally small capitalists. A well-to-do husbandman was defined, in the first instance, precisely in relation to the system of capitalist exploitation that was crystallizing across the Deccan. That is to say, he too was engaged in lending money, or in exploiting the labor of other peasants on a basis scarcely different from the one described earlier, even if on a smaller scale. The following picture of such households emerges from the descriptions of the bureaucracy. They generally sold their produce directly on the market, they saved a considerable part of their incomes, they possessed sufficient reserves to last out 1 or 2 very bad seasons, they owned a better quality of livestock and could afford to feed their cattle much better. They would generally cultivate baguite land to which they applied large quantities of manure, and finally, apart from hiring day laborers, they could afford to maintain a reserve of permanent farm labor, probably to meet peak season demands in areas of labor shortage such as Khandesh. In Ahmednagar, households of this sort could be found in the immediate periphery of the town or in talukas like Nevasa, where the soil was generally good. In this taluka, a few husbandmen hold farms of over 200 acres and have 20 to 30 bullocks, and a good many are free from debt and have grain pits of their own. What would have been the significance of this stratum in a district so tightly dominated by professional money lenders? About 60% of all money lenders are traders, and 40% are husbandmen and others. In other words, even here, a fairly large proportion of money lenders were of peasant stock and occupation. They would have formed part of the smaller, local layer of moneyed capitalists that entered its process of expansion only in the depression following the boom. In Pune, such households of rich landholders or small capitalists, as they were called here, themselves bring their produce to the large markets of Pune and Junnar. This better class of cultivators generally had stocks of their own to weather the bad seasons and, of course, to lend out as grain for the subsistence of the smaller peasantry. Here, 30% of money lenders were husbandmen. Further south, in Satara, such households exported their produce directly to Pune and Chiplun. In the south and southwest portions of the district, large and well-to-do husbandmen regularly utilized permanent farm laborers on the labor mortgage system. In Cholapur district to its east, substantial farmers could be found in every village of any size as early as the 50s. They were in most cases padils and the higher classes of farmers who always carried on their field operations by means of hired labor. In Kolhapur, the big peasantry could afford the cost of growing sugarcane, probably the most expensive crop next to grapes, and would generally crush the cane in their own ganas trademark. The saving classes of the district included, among others, a few rich cultivators. It was, however, in the more intensely commercialized north, in Nasik and Khandesh, that this layer of the peasantry was more obvious or prominent. In Nasik, where they combined money lending with husbandry, such households would deploy minimum capitals of 2,000 rupees. Here, village headmen and rich cultivators frequently, but on a small scale, lend money and advance seed grain. In the Ulaya Taluka of Khandesh, we find a great number of very substantial farmers all over the district. Only these big peasants could afford to give their cattle anything like proper sustenance, or only they were able to manure their fields properly. The control of a better quality of livestock, and more of it, meant, moreover, that almost all well-to-do husbandmen sell clarified butter, or ghee, mainly for local consumption. In all the districts of western Khandesh, close to the Gujarat border, the assistant collectors generally encountered substantial men with plenty of cattle and large holdings. In one or two instances, wrote one of them, I have noticed that the lands belonging to Bhils in the Shaheda villages are now falling into the possession of Kunbai farmers. These would have been the poorer Bhil cultivators who were said to have been much impoverished during the seasons of 1872-4 and reduced to even more desperate circumstances in the famine that followed. Annual wage contracts were common in this part of Khandesh, where labor was scarce. Further east, in Sauda, the peculiarity of the money lending system in this part of Khandesh is that the capitalists who lend are of the cultivating class themselves. They are not of the Marwari and Guzar classes. Thus the Sokars who, in this taluka, controlled almost its entire process of production, on Davidson's description, derived to a large extent from the peasantry itself. This becomes especially significant when one considers that Sauda witnessed much faster rates of expropriation of the peasantry than most talukas of the Deccan would have done. Excluding the few villages along the Satpura range, in most other areas of the taluka between 7 and 9% of the total village arable was transferred either on mortgage or through sales over 3 years in the early 80s. The beneficiaries of this transfer process would, therefore, be the big peasants themselves. One striking expression of the behavior of this group in the famine is provided by the large sums of private capital invested in the construction of wells both during the famine and in its aftermath. In Nasik, it was astonishing to see how many fresh wells were sunk. Baines assembled figures to show that in 1 year of the famine the total number of ordinary wells expanded over 17% in the two talukas of Sinnar and Nasik. Looking at the comparatively small amount advanced for wells by government to the riots in 1876-7, it is clear that the amount of private capital sunk is considerable. Whenever I have been encamped at the river valley at Sinnar, deepening and sinking wells has been going on all round. Capitalist domination and the small peasantry. 315. In Satara, it was obvious that many among the cultivators must be in easy circumstances and able to save. For more than half of the whole amount expended was obtained by the ryots from their own resources. It is clear that a considerable class of persons exist, who are bent on effecting improvements on their land. In Pune, the low rate of wages at which laborers were obtainable during the prevalence of the drought in Sirur Taluka, caused an extraordinary impetus to private expenditure on garden wells. Here, over 1,876 to 193 wells were repaired and another 140 wells newly constructed entirely from private funds. If we take the average cost of digging a well in this period as 400 rupees, then, in that year alone, 56,000 rupees of private capital was sunk in the construction of wells in just this one taluka, where, in an average year before the 70s, a taluka of this size would not have expended more than 6,000 rupees. If we now take the big peasants and the big money lenders together as a block, what picture of their investment behavior emerges over this period? In Ahmednagar and Pune, traders spend much of their savings in adding to their business and in-house property. Cultivating classes, especially village headmen, spend their savings in buying cattle, sinking wells, and adding to their holdings or building houses. The house property that the Nagar money lenders invested in would comprise, for example, the small mud-walled and flat-roofed houses in which the poorer urban classes towards the north of the town lived at rents that could absorb 10% of their annual wages. In Satara, traders use their increased capital to extend their business. In some cases, in which the possession of land has been transferred, especially to husbandmen, the new holders have invested money in the land and taken steps to improve it. 1 degree now the general expansion of commodity economy, the connected expansion of railways and the general rise of commodity prices would have boosted the demand for land over this period. The Satara Gazetteer tells us that land is perhaps the favorite investment with all classes possessed of a substantial surplus. Even among traders, all who are natives of the district are glad to own land. The fondness for land investment has undoubtedly increased under British rule. The first cause listed was the increased price of field produce. So commodity expansion would have entailed not just faster rates of expansion of moneyed capitals, but a faster rate of expropriation of the small producer. The demand for land would find its specific reflection not in the ordinary transactions of buying and selling, but precisely in the pressure exerted by moneyed capitalists for mortgages against the small producers' land. The railways alone would have completely shattered the existing structure of differential rent, so that land would be most in demand in areas with easy access to the market. A detailed and careful analysis of some 2,000 transactions involving land sales in Sauda Taluka over the early 80s shows that the great majority of villages with the highest rates of land transfer, alternatively the highest rates of expropriation, fall east of a line drawn vertically down the taluka and bisecting it roughly at Faizpur in the center. Such villages lay, in other words, very close to the railway stations and within easy access of the Raver and Sauda markets. Towards Yaval, moving away from the railway line, the rates of land transfer show a distinct drop. The majority of villages in which the process of expropriation was most intense were distinctly suburban in character, lying within a 5-mile radius of the local towns. In such villages, the general average rates would exceed 3.33% per year. At this rate, the whole village arable would be transferred in one generation. Registered at the other end of Maharashtra, in Tuscone, the highest rates of transfer were concentrated in the centrally located groups of villages around the Krishna River and near Tuscone market. Investment in land thus took a specific and more complicated form conditioned by the prevalence of the small production economy. Moreover, it was not just a general mania for the ownership of land from the point of view of factors like prestige, but determined specifically by economic motives connected with the process of commodity expansion. It follows also that an investment in money lending was not simply a process of extortion of surplus labor as surplus value, but also a process of expropriation of the small producer, and thus part of the concentration of the means of production. As capital. Relating this back to the more general remarks on how traders spend much of their savings, it is possible to see that much of the investment behavior of big money lenders and big peasants related to an accumulation and concentration of capital, but within the specific limits imposed by labor processes continuous with those of the small production economy. 10.6. Peasant differentiation. The descriptions provided by various revenue officials suggest that we can posit the following classes of the Deccan peasantry. A big peasantry exploiting small peasants as moneyed capitalists and employing hired labor in cultivation, a small peasantry, differentiated internally into, an independent middle peasantry that incurred loans to meet occasional expenses of an economic or social nature, a more depressed and dependent middle peasantry regularly exploited by moneyed capitalists, from whom it derived much of its means of subsistence and production, a semi-wage labor peasantry structurally dependent on hiring out its labor power and not generally credit-worthy. Davidson, in his account of the Sauda and Yabal talukas, writes, I would divide into three classes: 1. Individuals holding land, either Deshmukhs, Patels, Jotrais, or Kulkarnis, who being possessed of considerable wealth, lend it out at interest to the poorer cultivators, besides which they purchase largely the produce both for consumption within the district and for export. 2. Individuals who are in comfortable circumstances, and can farm their lands without applying to the Sokars for capital. 3. The larger portion of the cultivators are included in this grade who are absolutely in the hands of the wealthier class, to whom they apply for money in the first instance to enable them to purchase their seed grain, also sufficient to support existence while their crops are in the ground. Trademark. Thus here, in a sector of the Deccan defined by very high rates of commodity production, the combination would be 1 + 2 + 2. Further east, in the talukas where uphill peasantry was more common, the general combination would include them as 3. South of Kandish, in Nasic, Ramsey classified the peasantry on a similar model. My own opinion briefly put is that about 1/3 of the cultivators are hopelessly in debt, that is, would depend on advances for their annual subsistence, another third more or less so, and the remaining third free from serious encumbrances. I allude here to the better portions of the district, namely, the Deshi villages as opposed to the peasantry in the hills. Here, a similar combination prevailed, with the important difference that too, the independent middle peasantry was in a state of far deeper dependence on the moneyed classes. This is confirmed by Baines, who made a statement that is otherwise difficult to comprehend: the greater portion of the middle-class cultivators of the Deshi villages exist by the favor of their creditors in a state of fairly well-to-do solvency, that is, they mostly owe a good deal more than they ever are able to pay. This is the sort of layer within the general stratum of small peasants that would experience a quite perceptible decline in its position in the event that the rates of assessment were enhanced, or in periods of scarcity and famine. Households of this sort would be compelled to intensify their labor activity and slash or cut down their level of consumption under pressures of this type. The decision to intensify labor activity might mean deeper dependence on the Saukar by way of an application for the money with which to construct wells. Thus, in Nasic, the recent scarcity has, of course, increased the burden thus thrown upon them, but they will pass it over to their sons. The commission investigating the riots found that, for a large number of households, indebtedness was an inherited or ancestral condition, reflecting debts incurred by the previous generation. In 1875, these households would have formed a depressed middle peasantry, but its origins would lie in the disintegration of a more independent layer that had been forced into the hands of moneyed capitalists over the previous 30 years. In Cholapur, the collector thought not much pressure for recovery of arrears should be applied to the middle strata of the peasantry whose resources have been crippled by the famine. An abrupt recovery of arrears that had accumulated over 4 or 5 years would mean, even supposing it were possible, a wholesale disintegration of the independent middle peasantry into the ranks of a depressed and capitalistically exploited lower middle peasantry, or into the labor market. Against a background of high rates of assessment, this layer, too, would emerge out of every conjuncture of price depression or famine with a progressively weaker base for the process of reproduction. It would find it increasingly difficult to reconstitute its process of production from one year to the next, and would generally end up as a depressed and completely dependent stratum. Further south, in Satara, husbandmen may be roughly divided into 4 classes: 10% with good credit, 25% with fair credit, 40% with scanty credit, and 25% are with little or again no credit. The 10% of first-class husbandmen are well off. First-class husbandmen also occasionally lend small sums to the poorer husbandmen of their own village. The 25% of second-class husbandmen are fairly off. They are generally in need of no loans either for food or seed, but they often borrow to pay the government assessment and to meet the extraordinary expenses of marriages and other family events. The 40% of third-class husbandmen are well off for a few months after harvest. During the rest of the year, they have to borrow for food as well to pay the government assessment. In poor seasons their condition is generally miserable. The 25% of the fourth class are badly off during the greater part of the year. Besides tilling small plots of land they work as field laborers. 4. Thus, the structure of the Deccan peasantry mirrored the different phases of the long-run process of formal subsumption of labor into capital. The domination of capitalists in the specific form described earlier would extend over the vast mass of the small peasantry as I have defined this. But, within this mass of small peasants, the two layers distinguished earlier would reflect. 13 RD, Volume 22, 1881, Spry. £4 Sitara, p. 185. 320 * Chapter 10. Different degrees of subordination of labor to capital, or different moments of the actual process of formal subsumption. To repeat, under formal subsumption, the capitalist stands out as the immediate owner of the process of production, whether this ownership has been legally sanctified or not. The reconstitution of the production process depends on the advances of capital that he makes in the form of loans or advance payment. Now, this degree of domination would cover only those households who depended precisely on such advances for their annual subsistence costs and means of production. It would cover, in other words, specifically that layer which was described above as a depressed and dependent middle peasantry. It follows that, between the general condition and levels of welfare and consumption of this stratum of the peasantry, on one side, and of the proletariat, on the other, there would be scarcely any difference at all. In fact, referring to this specific group of households, Bapupurushottam, a district deputy collector based in the Ulaya, thought that the condition of some of the landholders has been actually worse than that of day laborers. Degree an official based elsewhere in Khandesh made the same point. In very many cases the condition of the independent Khatdar, independent in the sense of being nominally in control of his means of production, is far worse than that of the poorest Saldar. Registered when we grasp the underlying relations of production that such Khatdars were involved in, that is, their exploitation by capital, statements of this kind become easier to understand. Now, in this whole argument, one further notion is implicit. The formal subsumption of labor into capital implies and entails a process of expropriation of the small producer. Thus a further conclusion from the analysis presented above is that precisely these middle strata of the peasantry suffered the process of expropriation especially severely. This is a conclusion strikingly confirmed by the data on land transfers. The most complete data that I have analyzed pertain to Tuscone for the 9 years from 1866 to 1874, and RD, Volume 6, 1874, Bapupurushottam, emphasis mine. NERD, Volume 6/1, 1875, J. Pollan, emphasis mine. A Saldar family would have consumed around 300 liters of grain a year, which compares with the lowest rates of consumption that we know from classical antiquity. In Cato's day, slave rations were in fact considerably higher. For labor intensification and the economic logic of small peasant production, see the model proposed tentatively in Banaji 1976. The further 5 years from 1881 to 1885. Data on individual transactions are available only for the latter period. The analysis of this shows that of a total of 121 transactions over those 5 years, 40% involved land pieces of 10 to 20 acres in extent, and another 21% land pieces from 20 to 30 acres. The katas from which these land pieces derived would normally be somewhat bigger in size, as households would not have sold off the whole kata but only specific portions of it. It follows that at least 2/3, and probably much more, of the total number of transactions involved layers of the peasantry operating katas of more than 10 acres. In Satara, 10 acres in fact formed the critical divide between a household that could support itself in decent comfort and one that could not. The fourth class of households who in this district were said to be largely dependent on wage labor would tend to fall on one side of this divide, and the second and third classes, or the small peasantry proper, on the other. If we contrast the ratios in which these various groups figured in the overall distribution of holdings for the talukah with the ratios of their participation in the list of land sales, as shown in Table 1, it is obvious that the middle strata of Tuscone's peasantry suffered the process of expropriation more severely than the other groups. In Tuscone the movement of expropriation was concentrated in the years 1866 to 74, the aftermath of the cotton boom, and barely 6 or 7 years later it had lost its impetus. For villages with generally high transfer rates, those in the Krishna Valley and around Tuscone itself, the average annual rate of transfer in that early period was 4.4%. At this rate, had it been sustained, the entire arable land of these villages would have changed hands in just 22 years. In Tuscone, the expropriation of the small producer thus coincided mainly with a period of declining prices and recurrent scarcities. Already by 1875, only about 100 of the talukah's 900 families of landowners were thought to be entirely independent of debt. If middle peasants were exploited in the ways described above, poor peasants with katas of less than 10 acres in the more fertile areas or less than 30 in the barren eastern talukahs of the Deccan depended on wage employment. Even here, the employers of hired labor were often the moneyed capitalists, for a large proportion of small peasants were involved in transporting grain for money lenders who, by extortion of their surplus labor, had built up these reserves of grain. In Ahmednagar, in January, when the busy season is over, many with their bullocks are hired by Marwaris and other traders to carry grain and oilseeds to Ahmednagar and Pune in the traders' carts from Jamkhed, Karjat, Parnar, and Srigonda. Alternatively, these and other lower strata of the peasantry would go for a time to Bombay and other places to work as laborers and carriers. In Pune, during the 8 months from October to June, a considerable proportion of the Kunbai or cultivating classes go to Bombay where they earn a living as palanquin bearers, carriers, grass cutters, and laborers. In Kolhapur, the poorer husbandmen work also as field laborers, chiefly in weeding and harvesting. In Sanguli, the poorer husbandmen, when freed from field work, are employed as day laborers. These patterns of annual labor migration, implying a structural dependence on wage labor, would characterize only the lower groups of the peasantry. In contrast to them, in years of local scarcity the people scatter in search of subsistence to all parts of the presidency, to the Birars and to Marathwada. These were more random cyclical migrations that would involve a large proportion of the middle peasantry that found itself unable to survive in years of famine. Seasonal dependence on wage labor was more intense in the poorer regions of the Deccan, where alternative sources of income such as the production of livestock, the sale of firewood or timber or grass, could not substitute adequately. The Mantalukah in Satara was one such region. It was subject to constant droughts. Every year, large numbers of people are forced to leave in search of work. Degree Pimpthadi in Pune is another example. Here the deficit which frequently exists is made up by the produce of stock and of the dairy and by the labor of the Kunbai and that of his family and his cattle. This exported labor must be looked upon as maintaining the solvency of the district, for little else is exported. Thus wage labor was crucial to Pimpthadi. It was likewise important in Cholapur where large numbers would migrate annually, even in the best of years. The most dramatic case is of course the Konkan district of Ratnagiri, which supplied the bulk of the labor force for the nascent textile industries of Bombay. Ratnagiri was by universal consent the most impoverished district of the presidency, characterized by overpopulation, brutal quit-rent exploitation, permanent grain deficits, and large currents of outward migration. Here the poorer class of cultivators maintain themselves by cutting every stick they can lay their hands on. At the opposite pole of the presidency, Candish affords a case of the exception proving the rule, endowed with a better quality of soil, less prone to drought, and devoting a large proportion of his arable to commodity production. The Candish Kunbai had seldom to leave his family holding in search of work. In Candish, hired laborers were recruited mainly from the Bhil tribal peasantry. £26 Satara, p. 435. 27 DRC, Report of the Committee on the Riots in Pune and Ahmednagar, p. 40. 28 RD, Volume 28, 1879, Spry. 29 RD, Volume 7, 1875, J. Elphinstone. £130 Candish, p. 179. 324 Chapter 10. 10.7. The stage of evolution of capitalism in the 19th century Deccan. The same form of capitalist exploitation that prevailed in the countryside worked in the small towns in relation to the smaller artisans. As a class, handloom weavers are entirely in the hands of money lenders. The money lenders advance all the yarn and silk required and take possession of the article. In Satara, artisans generally procured their raw materials from the traders at high credit rates. The cotton weavers of this district were internally differentiated into a group that owned capital and employed wage labor, and a larger mass that borrow money from Gujars and Marwaris to buy the yarn and pay for it by the articles they weave. Thus, in this branch of production as well, surplus value would be extorted from the small producer in the form of interest. This transitional and backward form of capitalist production was generally prevalent throughout the artisan economy of the Deccan. In Candish, very few artisans, not more than 10%, are free from debt. Koshtas are, as a rule, in the hands of money lenders, who advance money or yarn and in return get the goods when ready. Such weavers were said to work under the orders of their creditors. As in Satara, so in Candish, the weaving community was internally differentiated into a group of small capitalists who would lend money, i.e., exploit artisan labor on a capitalist basis, and a large mass of proletarianist artisans employed by men of capital. Both men and women weave, keeping not more than 30 holidays in the year, and working, except for about an hour's rest at noon, from morning to night, so long as they have light to see. In this district the proletarianist weavers would thus have worked a minimum of 12 hours a day. A good workman might earn 200 rupees a year, most of this in the busy season from May to October. An artisan more tightly dominated by the capitalist would earn at most 140 rupees, and on average Rs 90. The family as a whole would have to subsist on these rates of pay, and that in a period when subsistence costs were rising in the Deccan towns with the expansion of the railway lines, when demand recessions inevitably followed periods of scarcity and famine, as they did in earlier epochs of production, example in late medieval Europe, and when, finally, the moneyed capitalists would be compelled to intensify the rate of exploitation of household labor, producing more absolute surplus value, under the competitive threat of large-scale industries. In Nashik, the silk industry was composed of a small group, around 10%, who have capital and work up and dispose of their own silk, and a majority group of skilled laborers employed by capitalists and paid by the piece. The average annual earnings of a proletarianist silk weaver in Nashik would be around 80 rupees. Finally, in Kolhapur, the more dependent goldsmiths, also skilled workers, were employed by some rich bankers, on daily wages to make ornaments for sale. They earned around Rs 90. The capital/wage labor relationship was thus widespread throughout the Deccan, in both town and countryside, at a time when it was expanding fast, in more modern forms, in Bombay itself. This bears directly on the recent debate on the mode of production which, by general agreement, has been quite inconclusive so far. In this debate, One tendency entirely denies the development of capitalist relations in the country. It argues that India is even today a semi-feudal country and that no bourgeois revolution, even of the passive type analyzed by Antonio Gramsci, has occurred here. Yet precisely the political activists of this tendency have for the last 10 years struggled against capitalist forms of exploitation in the countryside, and, for this, they have been subjected to brutal repression by the bourgeois state. A centrist current agrees that bourgeois relations have developed to a limited extent, but it argues that this development has taken place mainly since independence. In the conclusion, I shall concentrate on this tendency. Finally, there is a Gunder-Frankian tendency that sees in India's historical integration into the capitalist world economy sufficient proof of the prevalence of bourgeois relations within the country. Because the dominance of capitalist relations on the world scale is a more or less obvious fact, this tendency has never seriously undertaken the task of actually demonstrating in what forms capitalist relations evolved within the country. At best, and this would apply to Paresh Chattopadhyay, tendencies of this type appeal to a series of more or less isolated phenomena internal to the country's development, which relate, however, almost entirely to the processes of commodity expansion and, therefore, only establish that the framework for the evolution of bourgeois relations had emerged internally. An assessment of the debate which I do not propose here would have to start with the pure historical impressionism that has characterized most of the contributions. Arguments were hardly ever related to the very concrete historical data comprised in countless numbers of volumes that are today only gathering dust in various record offices throughout the country. However, the method and understanding of theory that underlies the contributions are far more significant. Take the extreme formalism that attempts to classify households of the peasantry according to the labor exploitation criterion. To start with, Banaji and Patnaik reflect a widespread tendency when they identify labor arrangements and forms of organization of the labor process implied by sharecropping and other types of tenancy with pre-capitalist or semi-feudal relations of production. Now, big peasants of the sort that we encountered in the 19th century Deccan would be capitalist entrepreneurs in agriculture who as a rule employ several hired laborers but who do not necessarily confine themselves to labor arrangements involving only day workers or casual labor. They might, for example, maintain a reserve of permanent farm labor, as they did in Khandesh, or they might base their labor arrangements on one of several types of tenancy. If a big peasant chooses to substitute tenant labor for wage labor, then this could relate to a permanent shortage of labor in the area, or to fact that wage costs have been rising, or it could relate to the fact that tenancy is more profitable than wage labor, and not because small-scale farming is more efficient but because self-employed laborers make a fuller use of available labor. Again, which particular form of tenancy a big peasant or landowner decides to organize will depend on the type of cultivation, its specific technical requirements, a possible preference for piecework in an attempt to minimize costs, the degree of managerial control that this or that type allows, and so on and so forth. None of this affects the social character or content of the production relations that these labor arrangements embody. The big peasantry, personifications of capital in the rudimentary forms in which capital exists within a small production economy where the specifically capitalist mode of production is absent, do not change their social forms and functions as small capitalists merely according to the types of labor arrangements they deploy, or the labor contracts that they enforce. Lenin was quite aware of this and, therefore, delivered a warning. He wrote, "Our literature frequently contains too stereotyped an understanding of the theoretical proposition that capitalism requires the free, landless worker. The allotment of land to the rural worker is very often done in the interests of the rural employers themselves. The type assumes different forms in different countries, forms that Lenin correctly thought were historically conditioned. However, Patnaik is quite consistent. Starting from the erroneous identification of the particular labor arrangements and labor contracts deployed by employers in the countryside, with the relations of production as such, she forces herself to split up the capitalist peasantry into a proto-feudal rich peasantry and a proto-bourgeois rich peasantry. Verbal contortions of this type only indicate the complete lack of clarity into which her approach inevitably leads. Trademark. Bhattari's empiricism is identical in content. All the superficial forms of the formal subordination of labor to capital are converted into independent, substantive features that express entirely different production relations. To start with, indebtedness as such is not a hallmark of pre-capitalist relations, if only because it is precisely through the power of money that the despotism of capital is initially established. In the second place, when Bhattari distinguishes usury and property rights in land as two separate modes of exploitation of labor power, he only grasps the distinction of form within capital itself, for both money and land are simply used as capital, i.e., for the extortion of surplus value. The tying of labor to this or that individual capital does not in the least alter the content of the social relation as one of capitalist domination. For such forms of bondage are precisely a characteristic of the formal subordination of labor to capital, that is, of a system in which capital retains its individual character. All of these points could be summed up if we return to the specific way in which Lenin understood the development of bourgeois relations in the so-called domestic industries, in this case, the pottery industry around Moscow. The relations in this industry too and similar examples could be quoted indefinitely are bourgeois. We see how a minority, owning larger and more profitable establishments, and receiving a net income from the labor of others, accumulate savings, while the majority are ruined. It is obvious and inevitable that the latter should be enslaved to the former, inevitable precisely because of the capitalist character of the given production relations. These relations are the product of social labor, organized by commodity economy, passes into the hands of individuals and in their hands serves as an instrument for oppressing and enslaving the working people, as a means of personal enrichment by the exploitation of the masses. And do not think that this exploitation, this oppression, is any less marked because relations of this kind are still poorly developed, because the accumulation of capital, concomitant with the ruination of the producers, is negligible. Quite the contrary. This only leads to cruder, serf forms of exploitation, to a situation where capital, not yet able to subjugate the worker directly, by the mere purchase of his labor power at its value, enmeshes him in a veritable net of usurious extortion, binds him to itself by kulak methods, and as a result robs him not only of the surplus value but of an enormous part of his wages too. Thus, here is a case of the development of bourgeois relations necessitating crude serf forms of exploitation. The position would obviously have been no different in the Deccan countryside and towns, and is no different in many parts of India today where the subordination of labor to capital remains formal. As I suggested earlier, Bhattari, Patnaik, and others of a similar tendency, simply confuse the capitalist's command over the process of production with the specifically capitalist form of the labor process. At the first level, the command or intervention of capital summarizes a value relationship pure and simple, a relationship of surplus value production, or of the process of production as a valorization process. All that is necessary to the constitution of this command is that a relationship of pure economic dependence prevail between the producer and the owner of capital, and that on this basis he compels the production of surplus labor. This general social despotism of capital over labor may find its adequate expression or shape within the specifically capitalist form of the labor process based on machinery and the increasing predominance of fixed capital. There remains, all the same, an important distinction between the two, and it is this that Bhattari, Patnaik, and others have yet to grasp. For, even where the labor process remains external to the movement of capital as a process of centralizing social means of production and labor power for the more effective extortion of surplus value, capital may, can, and does extort surplus labor in the form of surplus value. This brings us directly to a central underlying premise of the whole debate, one common, in different ways, to all sides. Positions downgrading the development of capitalist relations in India automatically supposed that, if you denied that a specifically capitalist mode of production prevailed in India, or does prevail today, then you would be denying the prevalence of capitalist forms of exploitation of whatever type, however undeveloped the stage of bourgeois production that they express. This is a premise that totally contradicts Marx's whole effort to distinguish the specific modes of subordination of labor to capital. It contradicts the view proposed by Marx himself that the formal subsumption of labor under capital can be found as a particular form alongside the specifically capitalist mode of production in its developed form, because although the latter entails the former, the converse does not necessarily obtain. That is to say, the formal subsumption of labor under capital can be found even in the absence of the developed form of the capitalist mode of production positing large-scale industry, social forces of production, etc. This essay has attempted to demonstrate precisely this thesis within a concrete frame of reference. It shows that the capitalist mode of production in its developed or adequate structure was neither dominant nor widespread within the country, that, in this sense, India remained a backward nation that had yet to witness a process of large-scale industrialization. But capitalist relations of exploitation signifying the less advanced forms of capitalist production trademark had emerged within a conjuncture of expanding commodity production, and were widespread and in some districts dominant. Under this system, the moneyed capitalists of the Deccan exerted a definite control over the process of production, even if the process of labor as such remained technologically continuous with the labor process of the small production economy. A greater proportion of the small peasantry and town-based handicraftsmen were in no position to reconstitute the process of production from year to year. The capitalist advanced them their wages and means of production as loans, and recovered his surplus value as interest. These relations did not, of course, transcend the limits of the production of absolute surplus value, so that increases in the rate of exploitation of labor power were purely a function of the most primitive forms of labor intensification and a lengthening of the working day. This stage of development, called by Marx the formal subordination of labor to capital, was the specific stage the Deccan districts had reached towards the final decades of the 19th century. What is wrong, then, with the position that argues that relations within the backward countries were capitalist from their very inception as components of world economy? When we locate the national economic forms that crystallize it in various parts of the country within the deeper context of an expanding capitalist world economy, then it is immediately apparent that the nationally dominant forms of subsumption of labor into capital were merely a particular form alongside the specifically capitalist mode of production. 4. The determination of capital as a social reproduction process or of capital as social capital reflects itself most adequately in the form of world capital, and this composed the deeper framework of the process of commodity expansion that started in the Deccan around the 1850s. Well before the cotton boom, every poor cotton harvest in America, for example in 1836, 1838, 1845, 1846, 1849, had revived and stimulated the interest of British capitalists in an Indian cotton supply. After 1848, the Manchester Chamber of Commerce began a systematic and concerted campaign to secure government interest in a supply from India. This agitation occurred against the background of a steady rise in the price of the standard American quality. By 1861 the program of the Cotton Supply Association included as its major objectives the conversion of land into a commodity, the establishment of effectual courts of law with the power to enforce contracts, and massive state expenditure in public works that would link the cotton districts to the port of Bombay. It was around this time, on the eve of the boom, that an interesting debate broke out on the specific mechanisms through which an expanded supply of cotton could be procured. On one side were men like Sir Charles Wood, Secretary of State for India, who thought that a fair and remunerative price was a sufficient basis for an expansion of the supply, that is, that the small peasants of the cotton districts had direct access to the market and would allocate their means of production in response to the movement of market prices. On the other side, J.B. Smith, Orthodox free trader and president of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce, argued that the Indian peasant was not a free agent but in thrall to money lenders, so that demand according to our European notion is not comprehended in India. Of course, both sides were both right and wrong. The Chamber of Commerce, in believing that the small producer was not a free agent, that is, a simple commodity producer, was fundamentally correct, but as the boom would show them in only 1 or 2 years, the movement of market prices was a basic determinant of the level of supply, if only because the economic agents who had come to control the process of production of the small producer, those who dominated him as a wage slave, found nothing incomprehensible in the European conception of profitability. The commodity expansion of those years was thus rooted, quite specifically, in the world demand for commodities like cotton, wheat, oils, and food grains generally. It was rooted, in other words, in the expansive rhythms of the world reproduction process of capital, and, in this sense, the specific form of capitalist production that evolved within the local commodity framework composed a subordinate and transitional system within the bourgeois mode of production in its world extension. Now, the Günther-Frankian tendency sees only this general or abstract determination, the pressures of the world reproduction process of capital and their mediation through the state. This general determination becomes its idée fixe, its peculiar obsession, so that it then supposes that it is sufficient to point to the dominance of the specifically capitalist mode of production on the world scale to establish the prevalence of capitalist relations in India. Thus, whereas positions of the second type combine a formalist a priorism with crude empiricism, positions of the third type directly subordinate the concrete to the abstract in the manner of Ricardo's understanding of the value relation. Here, the real process that unifies essence and appearance, that makes them parts of a single process, is completely ignored. The concrete processes by which capitalist relations evolved in various parts of world economy are simply dissolved in the abstract identity of world capitalism. Chapter 11. Trajectories of accumulation or transitions to capitalism. 1. The late 19th century was the watershed of agrarian capitalism, the first age of discernibly modern forms of agriculture and their rapid evolution. Founded in 1866 by a group of powerful progressive landowners, the Sociedad Rural Argentina would see its membership expand some 2 decades later. The rapid transformation of livestock farming in the 1880s was dominated by powerful estancieros and made Argentina's landowners the most prestigious and dynamic sector of the Argentine bourgeoisie. By the turn of the century, the Pampean estancia had become the most efficient meat-producing enterprise in the world. Because rural wages in the Pampas were the highest in Latin America, Argentine landowners were compelled to use labor more efficiently than any other Latin American rural employers. The typical big estancias could comprise several thousand hectares but employ no more than a few dozen laborers. In Ferrara, the vast reclamation schemes of the 1870s and 1880s and the involvement of limited companies aiming at the exploitation of enormous tracts of land * were the symbols of this. Burgeoning capitalism registered. The estates formed out of those schemes were divided into huge blocks of several hundred hectares each and worked mainly by gangs of casual laborers drawn from the massified labor forces of Emilia and the lower Po Valley. The specialized, intensive horticulture that emerged in California in the 1880s and 1890s created a different kind of countryside, but one based, like the Emilian estates, on the low-wage mobility of impoverished migrant workers. As this orchard capitalism engendered a radical simplification of landscapes, it brought about an explosion of insect populations, and a whole network of scientists, agencies, and industries sprang up to rescue fruit growing from the effects of its own expansion. And, in Cuba, the turn of the century paved the way for the restructuring of the Cuban sugar industry as the older mills, known as ingenios, were dismantled and replaced by modern, large-scale central factories, known in Cuba as centrales. The large-scale sugar factories that emerged in the aftermath of the Cuban War of Independence exploited economies of scale and were financed largely by North American capital. By 1927, North American companies controlled about 3/4 of the Cuban sugar crop. These were among the most advanced forms of capitalist agriculture. C. 1900, heavily capitalized enterprises owned by the biggest landowners, and by banks and companies, that used substantial volumes of migrant labor or even dispensed with labor to a very large degree. but the agricultural watershed of the late 19th century had been preceded by more sporadic and gradual histories of capitalism in the countryside. For example, for most of the 19th century itself, both Prussia and southern Italy embodied forms of agrarian capitalism dominated by their aristocracies. Degree and, in Tuscany where the nobility remained strong, capitalism had to struggle to emerge against the background of inherited relationships. Their landowners had to break down traditional forms of sharecropping and undermine the sharecroppers' resistance to crops that required heavier outlays of capital. This they achieved through a tightening of contracts, drastic reductions in the average size of farms and the creation of new categories of semi-proletarianist messagerie who commuted to the land from neighboring villages or farm laborers' barracks. In other words, the commercialization of Tuscan agriculture followed a course radically different from the classical pattern of the Po Valley. Frank Snowden suggested that Tuscan landowners, for political reasons, opposed the Emilian idea of restructuring the countryside through the establishment of large commercial farms worked by wage labor. Whatever the truth of this, it remains true that agrarian capitalism could and did take radically different forms even within individual countries. The entrenched orthodoxy underscore that England's history supplies us with an archetype of capitalist agriculture is a myth. It is much less credible today as historians begin to map the very different ways in which capitalism evolved in agriculture and continues to do so. There is no pure agrarian capitalism. The advanced forms of agrarian capitalism that emerged in the late 19th century could make a head start on the rapid expansion of new tracts of land, an expanding internal frontier. However, Jan Bazant's seminal contribution that the Mexican haciendas were essentially capitalist enterprises, radically different from the encomiendas that had preceded them, even if characterized by feudal survivals, degree takes us back to a much earlier culture of agrarian capitalism, one that had evolved in the 17th and 18th centuries against the background of labor practices that had been overtly coercive. That background had cast its shadow on the hacienda, hence the reference to survivals. Bazant's paper had avoided the issue of labor and simply noted in passing that Zavala had characterized the hacienda as an enterprise based on wage labor. In fact, the beauty of Zavala's analysis was that it avoided any reference to a language of survivals. In any case, both papers converged around the image of the hacienda as an institution that had little or nothing to do with feudalism per se. But, if the hacienda was emblematic of a kind of capitalism that was more typical of the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries, there is scarcely any clarity about what kind precisely. Is it possible to describe these early forms of agrarian capitalism in ways that avoid the teleological charge of a transition? If the more modern rural businesses that emerged in the late 19th century were characterized by their massive use of migrant workers, the haciendas had always operated with a core labor force of permanent workers, and estates would often seek to control that permanence by methods reminiscent of bondage. The workers, typically, were neither free in the sense in which most industrial workers in the 20th century were free nor unfree in the sense of being purely bonded laborers. This suggests that we might try locating at least one general feature of these early forms of capitalism in their hybridity. This was a capitalism where the capitalists were often drawn from the nobility and one where production was often based on, and shaped by asymmetric labor contracts. For example, estates might use credit to attract workers but various forms of compulsion to retain them. Operations could be structured to maximize profitability but profits from the estate or the enterprise as a whole could underwrite a purely aristocratic lifestyle in cities like Naples. The hybridity of these forms has rarely been explored systematically, although it is so obvious that it tends to polarize scholars, especially on the left, into defending manifestly one-sided positions. The more general point here is that a more solid taxonomy of the forms of capitalism in agriculture would have to range more widely than Lenin's essentially political contrast between landlord and peasant-dominated trajectories. It would have to include the general forms of labor used, the specific labor systems under which workers were deployed, the circumstances in which large private estates emerged or consolidated at various times in, say, the later 8th 18th and 19th centuries, including the land management policies that define the context within which large landowners worked and the kinds and amount of finance available to them, and the backgrounds from which they themselves emerged, and finally the kinds of microecologies within which estates functioned, which were obviously bound up with the crops they grew. These are all basic variables in any passably comprehensive study of the landscapes of agricultural capitalism. In this chapter, however, I shall look strictly at one dimension, namely, labor or the nature of the workforce, that is, the particular ways in which capital integrated and transformed peasant labor, which itself had a lot to do with the labor market as well as the socially determined resistance to wage work. At this level, the most useful distinction to start from is between systems that functioned in terms of regular access to family labor and those that depended primarily on the massive seasonal deployment of a casual labor force that was predominantly male or female but rarely mixed. Frank Snowden's brilliant description of the Apulian Jatifundia illustrates one form of the casual labor model. For example, the massive dependence on casual day labor set Apulia apart from the rest of the south of Italy. Nowhere else in the Mezzogiorno was the workforce so homogeneous or so comprehensively proletarianized. Moreover, a rigid sexual division of labor was one of the props of the social order, isolating half of the population in the home and removing them from contact with nascent bonds of class solidarity. The prevailing practice on the latifundia was simply stated by the mayor of Altamura in 1875, when he reported that women are not employed in the cultivation of the land either as day laborers or as salaried personnel. By contrast, in the more diversified economy of rural Calabria, gang labor embraced all groups of the family, men, women, and children, but working separately in their own, gender-segregated gangs. In Apulia, the farm workers were concentrated in towns, the so-called agro-cities, described by Snowden as classic company towns, where workers lived without light or water, squeezed at the rate of 10 people to a single squalid, windowless room 5 meters square that served at once as living room, kitchen, bedroom, and lavatory. These desperately harsh conditions contrast interestingly with the braccianti on the massive Baracco estate in neighboring Calabria, rapidly accumulated in the early 19th century, who were less comprehensively proletarianized, that is, drawn from the local small peasantry, and even more strongly of course with the rest of the wage earners on that latifondo who were integrated into the rudimentary networks of social security that Petruswiz calls the estate's guarantee system. Including, crucially, job security. Indeed, it is now clear that job security was a key factor in consolidating the labor forces of estates that needed a year-round supply of labor and sought to attract workers with credit, land allotments and access to grazing rights, or some combination of these. The classic form of this labor regime is surely the hacienda, but there are strong variants or homologues elsewhere, notably in Egypt and South Africa. The hacienda was a commercial, profit-seeking enterprise that comprised a labor force of full-time laborers attracted to the estate by advances and integrated into its operations through a series of fringe benefits, if we can call them that, of which the most important were land parcels and or grazing rights. This core labor force was then supplemented by substantial numbers of seasonal workers, so that hacienda-type estate systems generated a two-tiered labor force trademark and a stratified labor market. The general form of exploitation characteristic of hacienda-style estate systems is best described as labor tenancy, and there are two key points we need to make about it. First, as the great Mexican historian Silvio Zavala argued in a seminal paper from the 1940s, the Gafians were wage laborers, workers attracted by means of a voluntary contract. Zavala made this crucial point to show that the hacienda did not evolve out of the encomienda, as a whole tradition of Mexican politics and historiography suggested. In other words, the hacienda did not have feudal origins, even ones mediated by colonialism, and presupposed the mobility of the worker. Second, although debt peonage is widely seen as the hallmark of the Latin American hacienda because it fits so neatly into the feudal stereotype, the fact of debt cannot be taken to imply bondage, as Alan Knight argued in a lucid paper to conflate debt with bondage is to ignore the compulsions that drove Indian workers into the hacienda in the first place. It was the predatory and often catastrophic effect of colonialism, and the cyclical crises that went with it, that ensured that in New Spain, for example, the many stresses of the 16th and 17th centuries would work as inducements to Indians to seek employment in haciendas and in some instances to move completely from town to hacienda residence. As Gibson pointed out in his monumental book The Aztecs Under Spanish Rule, the hacienda was less overtly coercive in its policies of labor recruitment than any of the antecedent institutions. In fact, Gibson produced a major gestalt switch in the understanding of this issue by reconceptualizing the debt as an advance of wages. It was impossible, writer stated, to find Indians who would work with a debt of only 5 pesos, at this time a legal limit. If an employer were to refuse to raise his offer over 5 pesos, the Indian would desert and move to another hacienda where conditions were more attractive. Here the emphasis is reversed from the conventional interpretation of debt labor, for it assumes relative freedom among the workers, whose objective was not to escape but to enlarge the indebtedness. In any case, the amount of the debt may be considered in some degree as a measure of the bargaining power of the worker. The relatively dense population of the valley may have reduced this bargaining power, and accordingly reduced the amount of indebtedness and the role of peonage. Gibson's reversal of perspective, in turn, was the basis for the kind of distinctions that Alan Knight went on to make in an essay that breaks with the superficial similitude of debt to distinguish classic debt servitude from other more proletarian and certainly less coercive forms that are usually conflated with it. Knight's paper contains a brilliant description of the fiercely repressive form of capitalism that prevailed in late 19th century Yucatan, where the boom in fiber production was met by a monocultural, quasi-industrial hacienda regime based on extreme coercion but also financed to a great degree by New York brokers and the banks they borrowed from as Wells points out. The expansion of the henequen industry was bound up with legal changes that stipulated that the peon who left work without paying the sums that he owed would be prosecuted before the courts, but Yucatan's classic debt servitude was part of a capitalist labor regime where it functioned to reinforce the internal mobility and flexibility of a tightly regulated labor force where workers were transferred between tasks and in general peace-rated degree, and it is worth emphasizing that, in Mexico anyway, these types of extreme coercion were more characteristic of quasi-industrial enterprises such as those in timber and tobacco than of the coffee plantations of Chiapas or the purely agricultural haciendas of central Mexico. In Prussia, where the export boom of the late 18th century was sustained initially by labor services and feudal bonds sharpened to create an effective labor system, this system already contained markedly capitalist features. By which Schisler means that the Prussian estate owners used their traditional Herrschaftsrechten for purely economic ends, and the ensuing labor regime was one characterized above all by its hybridity, no longer feudal but not purely capitalist either. The interesting feature in Schisler's account is that the modernization of the Prussian estates was financed by the money market, with mortgage companies encouraging the concentration of estates in the hands of magnates and large owners and deepening differentiation within the ranks of the landed class. By the 1860s, 1.5% of estates controlled 60% of the land area. As the demand for labor expanded, landlords settled laborers on their estates as instant. The link between capitalist profitability and the new kinds of labor contract is explicit in Thayer's advice that the use of insolute would help landowners reduce wages to offset the impact of low grain prices. The INST man, of course, was the Prussian counterpart of the labor tenant, and this is a good example of agrarian depression accelerating the rationalization of estates, as the renovated landed elites of the early 19th century came to comprise a substantial layer of agrarkapitalism and, in the words of Hans Rosenberg, the Getsaristokratie of the earlier period was transformed into a unified Unternehmerschaft by 1850%. Rosenberg himself describes this reorganized Gutswirtschaft of the 19th century as a tightly controlled enterprise whose autocratic forms of governance meant that its workers were personally ruled by the Gutscheren trademark. If the East Elbian aristocracy was a key factor in the support for German fascism, As much as the latifondisti of Apulia were in the rise of Italian fascism and its suppression of the farm workers' leagues, then the agrarian relations of these hybrid forms of capitalism have something to do, certainly, with those political cultures and their undermining of the basis for a transition to true democracy. At any rate, the capitalist monorealism of the Prussian East was sufficiently distinct to count as one reasonably well-defined model of agrarian capitalism. Indeed, we all know that Lenin even dignified it with the general description landlord capitalism. And again, East Elbia supplied much of the grain and wool consumed by Britain, implying, here too, that the hybrid forms of capital that dominated much of the countryside in the 19th century flourished best within the circuits of a rapidly expanding industrial capitalism. Probably the best example of this is the transformation of the Egyptian countryside that was triggered in part by the growing British demand for cotton. As Roger Owen argued in his classic monograph, the large estates produced better cotton and obtained higher yields per acre. The collapse of the boom in the late 1860s caused widespread dispossession among the mass of the peasantry with no comparable effect on the biggest landowners, who came to control roughly 50% of the land in private ownership by 1907. Owen published Cotton and the Egyptian Economy in 1969. Since then, both he and Alan Richards have used the work of Nahas and others to reconstruct the kind of labor organization that prevailed on those large estates. This was the Esba system, Egypt's version of labor tenancy, constructed around estate settlements that housed a year-round labor force of workers called Tamaliya, who were basically peasants who agreed to provide a regular amount of work on the estate in exchange for the right to rent a small plot of land for their own use. His system had been used on the Royal Gift Leaks in the 1840s, later it became institutionalized. With the creation of agricultural settlements known as isbas, in which the tenants were housed in mud dwellings grouped round the central stores and the residence of the owner. According to Richards, Tamaliya labor was especially employed in cotton cultivation trademark, and their parcels rotated with the crop rotation of the estate. In a seminal thesis, Nahas observed that in hiring workers on this basis, the estate had access to the labor of women and children as well, and described one contract by which each peasant family was required to supply an agreed number of workers for the owner's fields at a daily wage to be determined in advance. Of course, the precise details of such arrangements varied between estates, but the fact remains that the Esba system was the most common mode of exploitation for large estates degree, and expanded rapidly between the 1880s and the 1920s. It might seem paradoxical that it should be a third world country, Egypt, that best illustrates the purely capitalist rationality at work in the evolution and expansion of these enterprises. When two young French geographers, Lauzich and Hug, students of Albert de Mangion, studied the landscapes of the Delta and the Fayum in the 1920s, they saw the Esbas concentrating peasant labor for more effective capitalist control. The Esbas were inseparable from the dense network of canals that spread through Lower Egypt in the late 19th century, and thus a product of land management policies that set out to restore the infrastructure of the country, but they were also, typically, the outcome of a new agrarian capitalism, capitalist settlements, as Hug called them, whose function was to facilitate closer surveillance of the workers and cut down on the time needed to travel to the fields. And in a separate work published in the 1930s, Jean Lauzich referred to the industrial, almost mathematical spirit behind the construction of these settlements. Ghislaine Aliam has recently built on these conceptions to describe the Esbas as workers' villages, and points out that the larger estates could hold several such compounds. The parallels with industrial manufacturing are striking at the formal level as well. Isbas were rural versions of the workers' compound, conceived in the experiments of French civil engineers linked to the Saint-Simonians, and took off in the 1880s when Ali Mubarak drafted a legal framework which laid out in precise detail the technical prescriptions for the width of roads, sanitation, building materials, and so forth. Strongly influenced by French legislation promulgated in the aftermath of Blanqui and Villerman's social study of workers in large industry, the law was initially conceived for workers' suburbs in the cities. It is hardly surprising then that 19th-early 20th century Egypt should form such a solid base for the critique of the feudal stereotype suggested in the work of Roger Owen and Alan Richards. Registered this critique has Latin American parallels, of course, and South African ones as well, and it is unlikely that many Marxists today would still want to adhere to the ruined orthodoxy of feudal or semi-feudal modes of production. But this critique has left a theoretical vacuum we still need to address. The key fact is that, in the estate systems described or alluded to above, the peasants had no claim whatsoever to the land, and sharecroppers and estate workers could be dismissed at any time. Registered eviction was, in the words of one Tuscan aristocrat, the sole means of restoring discipline among the sharecropping masses, and its suppression was a key demand in the series of largely spontaneous sharecropper strikes that broke out in central Tuscany in 1919. In fact, it has been suggested that because the socialists wanted to abolish mesodraia rather than reform or regulate it, the Red Pact of 1920 allowed evictions, on fair grounds, these including the takeover of the farm for the owner's own use, and transformation of the system of administration to capitalist methods, both amounting, presumably, to the more advanced forms of capitalist management which they preferred. The point of all this is that eviction would have been no punishment for a serf*, which takes us back to the general distinction I drew in Chapter 8 between bondage and landlessness. Hybrid forms of agrarian capitalism were built on the dispossession and landlessness of the peasantry more than its bondage, but always ready to use coercion to ensure minimal disruption to the supply of labor. For capitalists, this is perfectly rational behavior, as long as it does not jeopardize the social mobility of labor, that is, the ability of workers in general to move between villages and estates or between different parts of the countryside including the estates themselves. There is no evidence that even the most extreme forms of debt servitude ever had this particular effect of restricting the mobility of social labor or undermining the fluidity of the labor market. On the contrary, even enterprises that made regular use of wage advances and sought to retain labor in stronger ways used substantial numbers of seasonal workers, as Merton's study of the Mexican haciendas shows at length. In short, at least one sense of hybridity is this coupling of proletarianization and compulsion, of an uprooted landless peasantry and the peculiar forms of domination, the whole battery of devices used to ensure its submission. But, going back to Egypt for a moment, there is another aspect of hybridity worth noting, one that I alluded to briefly at the start. I referred there to aristocratic mentalities and noted the example of the South Italian latifondisti as typical of this mixed behavior. In Egypt, the groups who embodied or personified the agrarian capitalism of the 19th and earlier 20th century were even more extreme in their diversity, thoroughly atypical of the canonical model of agrarian capitalism that many Marxists still subscribe to. The Egyptian capitalists who ruled the expanding countryside of the Esbas and gained the most from the massive dispossession of the Fellas were a small elite of government officials, merchants and, of course, members of the ruling family, coupled with numerous land companies controlled by foreign and local investors, themselves from a huge diversity of ethnic backgrounds. Now, the formalist orthodoxy of a pure agrarian capitalism homogenizes both capital and labor, ignoring the legacies that shaped the real evolution of capitalism in the countryside, above all, the backgrounds from which the capitalists themselves emerged and the striking anomalies of their existence. Frank understood that the history of world capitalism was not an endless rehearsal of the same transition, but a considerably more complex process, as totalizations generally are. To sum up, hybrid forms of agrarian capitalism is a possible description of wage labor enterprises characterized by 1. Low levels of capitalization but not immune to modernization, much less to the use of modern technology and machinery. 2. Asymmetric labor contracts or coercive labor regimes, and 3. Considerable flexibility in the use of labor and systems of estate management. They were, quintessentially, products of liberalism, insofar as it was the liberal atomism of the 19th century that prized open markets for land and labor on historically unprecedented scales, both increasing the mobility of labor and sanctioning the use of coercion against workers. The expansion of these labor systems against the background of a growing industrial demand for crops like cotton, sugarcane, rice, and tobacco is surely a sufficient and sufficiently strong explanation of the integration of bound labor into world capitalism, the seeming paradox of which generated the debate between Frank and Lacan. The point here is that it would be wrong to think of the labor systems themselves as modes of production, since they were constructed and driven by capitalists, or by a combination of capitalist classes, who themselves emerged from very different historical backgrounds. The trouble with Lacan's response to Frank was that he systematically confused relations of production with forms of exploitation of labor. This hardly needs to be demonstrated, as it runs through almost every page of his critique, and leads him, in the postscript that he added 6 years later, to a theoretical position that asserts the very opposite of Marx's own conception. Lacan summed up his view as follows. The concept of world capitalist system is the nearest approximation to the concrete which a merely economic analysis permits, and if what we have asserted in this essay is correct, it cannot be derived from the concept of capitalist mode of production but must be constructed by starting from a theoretical study of possible articulations of the different modes of production. By contrast, Marx maintained, the tendency to create the world market is directly given in the concept of capital itself. Before a synthesis is possible, historians will have to map the various early modern paths to agrarian capitalism in more detail, working not at the national but at the regional or subnational level. It is not obvious that there are national paths of transition, and it seems more useful therefore to concentrate on trajectories of accumulation of the kind alluded to, in passing, in the last few pages of this chapter. Whether these were also transitions, and if so, to what exactly, can obviously only be established once we have clear descriptions or reconstructions of the different trajectories themselves. In Capitalism from Above and Capitalism from Below, Thierry Byers concludes by underlining the diversity in the forms taken by capitalist transformation. Chapter 12. Modes of Production, a Synthesis. Marx's own sense of history was best encapsulated in the view that societies historically had assumed distinct economic forms, and that much of the history of Europe at least revolved around the differences between such forms, or modes of production, as he called them. In a broad historical perspective, the history of Europe was defined by an exuberance of economic forms, compared to what Marx saw as the monotony and stagnation of Asiatic development. Here, Asiatic included Russia and embraced the most diverse cultural formations from the Islamic regions of the Near East to China. It was clearly a residual category, a sort of non-Europe which Marx believed embodied a common economic structure where the ruling class, if one could speak of such a class, was subsumed in the state, and the mainspring of the economy lay in the tenacity of unchanging village communities. This model is usually called the Asiatic mode of production and was a sort of default category, the most sense Marx and Engels could make of societies whose history was largely inaccessible to them. The two most general senses in which Marx used the term mode of production are as an epoch of production or economic formation of society, of which the best example is capitalism itself, and as a mode of labor process or form of production, that is, an organization of labor based on the requirements of a given type of industry or branch of production such as agriculture. These are different senses of the term, one clearly more historical than the other and much broader in scope. The second, less historical sense is used repeatedly by Marx in Results of the Immediate Process of Production when discussing the formal subsumption of labor under capital, and it is this subordinate sense that Marx retains when he refers to the specifically capitalist mode of production, meaning by this the real subsumption of labor into capital, that is, the restructuring of labor processes to generate relative surplus value, the form best adapted to the nature of capital. This sense is exemplified in passages of the following type. The subordination of the labor process to capital does not at first affect the actual mode of production and its only practical effects are these: the worker bows to the command, the direction, and supervision of the capitalist. _3 Under formal subsumption, there is no change as yet in the mode of production itself. Technologically speaking, the labor process goes on as before. By contrast, with the real subsumption of labor under capital, a complete revolution takes place in the mode of production. Again, productive capital, or the mode of production corresponding to capital, can be present in only two forms, manufacture and large-scale industry. It is in this more technological sense that Marx refers to the mode of production of the guilds, or to agriculture as a mode of production *, or refers, finally, to the mode of production of small holding peasants, isolating them from one another. It is the first, more purely historical meaning that is celebrated as encapsulating Marx's view of the way we should visualize the general evolution of Europe from antiquity to the modern world. References dispersed across Marx's writings have generated a canonical genealogy which sees Europe's past moving from slavery to feudalism to capitalism in a sort of inflexible succession spanning whole centuries. Yet Marx himself had to emphasize the contingency of that process when he referred to his description as a historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe, not the general path every people is fated to tread. Marx paid scant attention to pre-capitalist modes of production, and much of the subsequent literature on these reflects the uncertainties and formalism this engendered. How were modes of production to be understood? How much complexity should we attribute to them? Could one simply read them off some register of forms of exploitation of labor? Did the feudal mode of production mean much more than the prevalence of serfdom? How widespread was it historically? Which modes of production could best account for the evolution of societies outside Western Europe? And, most crucially, because of its political implications, should Marxists see transitions to capitalism simply replicating some universal model or general sequence such as that implied in the meta-narrative of Europe's development? On the last issue, Marx's own response was emphatically negative. Marx and slavery. Marx thought that much of pre-capitalist history could be mapped out in terms of just three basic modes of production: the slave mode, the feudal mode, and the tributary mode. The Asiatic mode has been called the Loch Ness Monster of historical materialism because of the huge amount of controversy it generated, but the slave mode of production is no less problematic, unless all one means by it is any form of production based on the use of slave labor. In fact, Marx avoided the term, preferring alternatives like slave system, slave economy, and so on. At the very least, a slave mode of production would have to imply a concentration of slave labor in enterprises other than households, for example, in the mass production workshops that turned out highly standardized products for the ceramic and building industries of southern Italy in the late Republic, or, even more obviously, plantation slavery. But the idea that the whole of the ancient economy was characterized by these forms of production is no longer accepted today. Moreover, as Wendy Davies points out, since it is axiomatic that the slave mode gave way to the feudal mode, Marxists have to deal with the gap between the end of classical antiquity and the fully fledged serfdom which characterized the feudal model of the late Middle Ages, a gap of some 600 or 700 years. It scarcely makes sense to see a transition between modes having a longer shelf life than the mode it supersedes. In fact, closer attention to the way Marx himself handled slave production shows a considerably more sophisticated grasp of the nature of Roman slavery. In Capital, Volume 3, he writes, "In the ancient world, the influence of trade and the development of commercial capital always produced the result of a slave economy, or, given a different point of departure, it also meant the transformation of a patriarchal slave system oriented towards the production of the direct means of subsistence into one oriented towards the production of surplus value. It may seem odd to find the idea of surplus value coupled with the slave system, but Marx repeatedly reasoned in terms of the analogy with capitalism itself. In Capital, Volume 3, he described the agrarian economies of Carthage and Rome as showing the most analogy with the capitalist rural economy. In several passages, he suggests that the investment in slave labor was a form of fixed capital. For example, in the slave system, the money capital laid out on the purchase of labor power plays the role of fixed capital in the money form, and is only gradually replaced as the active life of the slave comes to an end, Or, more concisely, the sloadowner buys his worker in the same way as he buys his horse. If he loses his slave, he loses a piece of capital. When Marx deals with modern slavery, this aspect is even more pronounced. In the plantations, where production is intended for the world market, the capitalist mode of production exists, although only in a formal sense. The business in which slaves are used is conducted by capitalists. Again, the fact that we now not only call the plantation owners in America capitalists, but that they are capitalists. Or, finally, where the capitalist conception prevails, as on the American plantations. However one characterizes classical or Roman slavery, modern plantation slavery was certainly a form of capitalism, and one implication of this is that modes of production are more complex sorts of entities than the labor relations on which they are founded. Relations of production are not reducible to given forms of exploitation of labor. 12.1. Marxists and feudalism. A major theme to emerge from recent historiography is the persistence of slavery through late antiquity and the early Middle Ages down to about the 9th century. If the use or even widespread presence of slave labor were sufficient to justify talk of a slave mode of production, this would mean having to posit the existence or survival of such a mode till fairly late into the Middle Ages, an option favored by Banaji, who links the extinction of slavery to the agrarian expansion of the 10th century. This strand of history sees feudalism emerging from a violent and dramatic rupture in the decades around the year 1000. The general model has been extensively debated and subjected to considerable critique, but the least it establishes is that the degradation of peasant status which we call serfdom was a late phenomenon, in Catalonia, which inspired the thesis of the feudal mutation, not much earlier than the 13th century. For Marx, serfdom was a central feature of the feudal mode and peculiar to that form of society, so the problem raised by a belated serfdom is how we characterize the late Empire and the early Middle Ages. In some general sense, there clearly was a transition from slavery to feudalism, but how or at what level do we grasp that? The kind of bond age that defines serfdom evolved only gradually and much later, so that the mancipia of the post-Roman world were not serfs in the strict sense but a conglomeration of slaves and freed people, of whom the majority were provided with service holdings and more like farm workers than peasants. The manor, in contrast, was a purely Frankish innovation, a model actively propagated by the ruling classes of Frankish society and bound up with the active creation of peasant tenures. R.O.S. Faith's monograph on the Anglo-Saxon inland is a model of how a newer Marxist historiography can tackle some of these issues, while Chris Wickham's book offers a wide-ranging basis for discussing them, even if his own theorizations are scarcely convincing, especially the view that we should identify the feudal mode with coercive rent-taking or that the feudal mode was the normal economic system of the ancient and medieval periods. 12.2. The tributary mode. Against the orthodoxy of several or even many modes of production in history, John Haldane has posited the dominance of a single pre-capitalist mode of production whose essential category was rent. However, rent in Haldane's sense subsumes tax, so that there is no fundamental difference between, say, an economic regime in which the state is confronted by cohesive peasant communities, there is no significant aristocracy to speak of, and taxation is the main charge on peasant labor, and a regime in which the peasantry is dominated by a class of private landowners. Thus, feudalism and the tributary mode are variants of the same mode of production, despite the huge differences that Marx himself saw between Western Europe and Asiatic despotism. In this version of the tributary mode, not only are major structural differences eliminated, but the organization of labor seems to lose any significance for a characterization of the economy, so that, to take the most obvious example of this, the nature of estates, the fact that the most dynamic estates of the Central Middle Ages abandoned the use of slave labor to reorganize production on the basis of demesnes and labor services ceases to have any meaning at all, and class relations are configured in ways that fail to convey any sense of why there has been a debate about the feudal revolution at all. On the other hand, Haldane's drive to innovate is as commendable as it is rare. For his part, Wickham, having started by defining tax and rent as the bases of distinct modes of production, has now veered round to the view that a single, universal mode can sensibly span Asiatic-type regimes such as the Ottoman and Mughal empires and West European feudalism, except that he prefers a feudal nomenclature to Haldan's tributary one. Marx would scarcely have agreed with any of this, since he thought that the absence of private property in land in Asiatic-style regimes was a crucial difference, strong enough to mark off their economic relations as substantially different, historically, from those prevailing in medieval Europe. The distracting feature in Marx's model is his belief in the survival of almost pristine forms of communal property such as the Bhayakara communities of North India that were models of the kind of village communes he had in mind. This was a misreading of the British land revenue reports available to him *, just as it was possible for him to misconstrue the reconstructed clan organisation of the Scottish Highlands as the relics of a much earlier, more communal mode of production. However, if Marx's repeated assertion of the stagnation and immutability of the Oriental world has fallen out of favor, there is still a problem about the proper Marxist characterization of Asiatic systems, Russia included, and Marx's loud thinking about Asian history contains both sound insights and flashes of brilliance. He rejected Kovalevsky's characterization of medieval India as feudal. Kovalevsky forgets, among other things, that serfdom, which represents an important element in feudalism, does not exist in India. The major category was serfdom, not rent. And, as early as 1853, Marx had suggested, it seems to have been the Mohammedans who first established the principle of no property in land throughout the whole of Asia. Even if this is not strictly true, it contains the important insight that the Ottomans and the Mughals configured class relations around the legal fiction of the sovereign as the real owner of all the land. My own view is that it is, paradoxically, a recast version of the tributary mode that can help resolve the problem of the Asiatic mode of production, both vindicating Marx's sense of history's peculiarities and superseding his own obsolete model. As an aside, we can add that it makes no sense for the Spanish Marxists who have been at the cutting edge of these debates to radicalize the difference between Islam and feudalism and endorse the view that feudal and tributary regimes are simply variants of the same mode of production. 12.3. Periodicing capitalism. Marx refers in the Grundrisse to the mercantile system as an epoch where industrial capital and hence wage labor arose in manufactures. Industrial capital has value for them, because it creates mercantile capital. When exactly was that? In Capital, Volume I, the 16th century is the watershed that inaugurates the capitalist era * registered the 16th century, and partly still in the 17th, the sudden expansion of trade and the creation of a new world market had an overwhelming influence on the defeat of the old mode of production and the rise of the capitalist mode. Yet Marx was willing to allow for a sporadic capitalism in the Middle Ages. The clearest reference is Capital, Volume 1. We come across the first sporadic traces of capitalist production as early as the 14th and 15th centuries in certain towns of the Mediterranean. Or again, and yet the modern mode of production in its first period, that of manufacture, developed only where the conditions for it had been created in the Middle Ages registered. Indeed, the distinction implied in these passages can be theorized more than it has been. Marx himself argued, at the initial stages of bourgeois production, trade-dominated industry *degree. But what were the initial stages? Rodinson grappled with the problem in Islam and capitalism, suggesting that the Muslim world of the Middle Ages had a highly developed capitalistic sector, meaning one largely dominated by merchant and financial capital. Because a specifically Marxist historiography of capitalist origins is so mesmerizingly Anglo-centric and focused on developments from the 16th century onwards, there has been no systematic attempt to map the origins of capitalism on a wider Mediterranean canvas, using the hints given by Marx. Commercial partnerships, bills of exchange, transfer banking, the widespread availability of money, the growing power of the merchants' guilds and the evolution of business firms were all signs of the emergence of a substantial business economy by the 13th century, which it seems strange not to characterize as capitalist. But, of course, this was a form of capitalism dominated by moneyed capitalists and drawing on traditions inherited in part from the Islamic world, where the partnership was a highly developed institution with a strong legal tradition. The Annals historian Frédéric Moreau suggested that the period between the Renaissance and the French Revolution should be seen as the era of commercial capitalism *, but the origins of this epoch go much further back, even if, like all origins, they are impossible to pin down with any precision. What can be argued with some plausibility is that the initial stages that Marx referred to straddled a long history from at least the 12th century to the late 18th. The powerful rivalries of the age of company capitalism were completely different in character from the banking and commercial capitalism of the 13th and 14th centuries. Portuguese expansion, driven by the commercial bourgeoisie and backed by the monarchy, marks off the 15th century as the true watershed. It was this phase that ended in the decline of Dutch commercial supremacy and the subordination of commercial to industrial capital. As Marx put it, commercial capitalism spawned the slavery of the Americas. The plantations were capitalist creations par excellence. Copyright the Dutch merchant capitalism which Marx saw dominating the 17th century * was a capitalism founded, in large measure, on sugar. But, long before that, and indeed throughout the era of commercial capitalism, capital extended its sway over whole sectors of production through the Verlag system. In short, the theoretical distinction we need here is one between capitalism in this more general sense, a sense which allows for the commercial capitalism of the 12th to 18th centuries, and what Marx himself called the capitalist mode of production. The latter is only a historically developed form of capitalism in the more general sense which, in this way, acquires a wider purchase and helps resolve problems that continue to mystify Marxists. The model here is one of combined development, rather than the linear succession between modes of production familiar from the transition debates. The initial stages, as Marx called them, threw up distinct configurations of capitalism, from the foundries of northern Kiangsu in the 11th century registered or the capitalist groups who dominated the economy of Venice in the 13th to the massive syndicates that controlled the Glasgow tobacco trade in the 18th. The slave plantations of the 17th century and later were one configuration within this general landscape, capitalist enterprises but not quite of the form that Marx would see as typical of the specifically capitalist mode of production, that is, industrial capitalism. Whatever one thinks of the distinction just proposed, there is the separate issue of how capitalist production can integrate diverse forms of exploitation and ways of organizing labor in its drive to produce surplus value. This is particularly clear in agriculture, where it often accounts for an integration of household labor into capitalism. The use of sharecropping and labourtenancy on capitalist farms in the late 19th/early 20th centuries is a striking example of a capitalism based on family labor systems. The literature on agrarian capitalism displays an impressive variegation of labor systems and general ways of controlling and exploiting living labor that capitalist landowners deployed according to the special requirements of different crops, landscapes and labor processes. Indeed, agrarian studies is one area where Marxists or Marx-influenced scholars have turned out superlative work, which includes the rich South African debate in which Tim Keegan and Helen Bradford were major contributors *. The upshot of all this work is that relations of production are not reducible to forms of exploitation of labor, since capitalist relations of production are compatible with a wide variety of forms of labor, from chattel slavery, sharecropping, or the domination of casual labor markets, to the coerced wage labor peculiar to colonial regimes and, of course, free wage labor. Indeed, the widespread use, under fascism, of forced labor in large industrial concerns such as Daimler-Benz shows how simplistic it is to read relations of production off some imagined register of labor types. To construe the ways labor is exploited and controlled as distinct relations of production is to end with a model that sees the capitalist world economy as structured by an articulation of different modes of production. But, historical materialism needs to move beyond this motionless paradigm to a construction of the more complex ways capitalism works. In fact, the huge commercial expansion of the 19th century very largely involved an integration of peasant agriculture into industrial capitalism, which, in turn, spurred the expansion of more local systems of commercial capitalism and a widespread dispossession of the peasantry. Thus what the world economy of the 19th century threw up was an articulation of forms of capitalism. More than a combination of modes of production, in other words, economic changes driven by the gigantic expansion of industry and the rapid growth in demand for cotton, tobacco, silk, indigo, and so on. The gravitational pull of European and American industry wrought changes in the distant countrysides they drew on through local trajectories of accumulation and dispossession. The prehistories of a more fully developed capitalism and the struggles bound up with primitive accumulation were only ways in which capitalist world trade, in Marx's expression, destroyed and dissolved all earlier forms of production, revolutionizing the entire economic structure of society the world over registered.